Welcome, everyone, to the special open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
and for the record, Councilmember Zepeda is absent. During closed session, council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives Jerome Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C2, conference with real property negotiator, property located at 1324 Canal Boulevard. Agency negotiator Nanette Beecham and Charles Gerard. Negotiating parties Moss Bridge. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. We have one speaker. We have one speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during this open session, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes, Cordell Hendler.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I'm here to talk about the unions. So all these groups have done an outstanding job for our city. So when you go back in there, think about all the contributions that they have made to make our city an enjoyable place to work and to play in. And I had my comments for the other item, but I'll say that for the regular meeting.
And it looks like that was our only speaker.
Okay, since there are no other speakers, public comment is closed, and we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everyone, for approaching and attending. We will now start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none, our next item is agenda review. I do not have any changes.
Good.
And
I would actually like to, let's see. Yes,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask that the item regarding Pullman Park be moved forward in the study session. We have members of the Pullman Neighborhood Council here tonight to speak on the item. And it'd be great not to have them very late, if possible.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest item Q6 to be moved up on the agenda if possible. We also have people from CERT here.
everybody would like to move their agenda item up, so.
Obviously,
yes.
Let's move them all up.
what the items that where the residents play a role in it usually are moved up, but the staff items are lower, right?
Q5 is also a work of the residents, and I would like to move it up as well.
Yes, well, actually, I am only going to allow Q4 to move up since we have senior citizens here who have come out. So Q4 will become Q1, and all the others will move down.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No final decisions were made tonight during tonight's closed session.
And then our next item will be a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? I would like to start my presentation this evening. Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council. I would like to thank RISE for hosting the Be a Kid event on Friday. I attended, it was great fun, and it's always a great annual event. So I want to thank them for all the work that they're doing in our community and for hosting a wonderful evening. Also want to acknowledge and thank the NAACP. They had their Harlem Comes to Richmond event on Saturday, and unfortunately I was unable to attend, but I'm sure it was a great event and fun was had by all. Next slide.
The slides aren't moving.
Next slide. Next slide. Oh, right, there we go. Thank you. So many residents have noticed that solar lights are being installed throughout the community. This is a photo of the Richmond Parkway. I would like to thank the Public Works Building Maintenance Unit, electrical services in particular. That work is led by, in addition to Daniel Chavarria, our Public Works Director, and our Assistant Deputy Director, Darren, CJ, Clarence Johnson, who's been a long-term city employee who matriculated up through the department, has been helping lead this work. and just really want to thank him for his leadership in really getting things moving with our facilities in our electric shop. And so this is an illustration of the lights that you've seen going up throughout the community, also on Carlson and other locations in Point Richmond as well, and so also on Pennsylvania. So want to thank them. The other areas that I want to note are on Gertrude Avenue, Hensley, and a total of 48 solar streetlights along the parkway will be installed. And then looking ahead, it will include work at 27th Street, Clinton Avenue, at Tiller Park, Point Potrero, and Seacliff Drive, and Carlson as well. Next slide. Super excited to have new lights. Also, throughout the city, we've been conducting inspections of our city parks. And so from time to time, you'll see this yellow caution tape go up. And when you do, we are trying, our public works staff, the parks unit, is trying to be as responsive as possible. When you see this yellow tape, that means that after an inspection, there's been something damaged or something needs to be upgraded. And this is an example of the repairs to the playground bridge at Tiller Park. This is located at Key Boulevard and Clinton Avenue, and this work restored the structural integrity and safety of the bridge element within the play area to ensure continued safe access and play opportunities for children and visitors. So this is an example of the work that's happening in our community. That's part of our new operations and maintenance strategy that we are now able to operationalize. So just want to thank Daniel and Darren and Jason and all the crew in the the parks unit. Next slide. It's also paving season, which I get really excited about. There's nothing better to me than nice paved streets and clean parks and bright lights. So also want to highlight that you're going to see lots of paving happening in our community. Right now, paving is commencing at 7th Street, and so between Barrett and Ripley Avenue. This is a great enhancement to the roadway because you can see that the before pictures, there was a great deal of degradation, and so you're going to see a lot more paving happening throughout our city over the coming months until the rainy season commences again. Next slide. Upcoming, the Richmond Commission on Aging and R Transit invite residents to the 3rd Annual Senior Transportation Workshop and Town Hall event. This event is free and will provide valuable information, resources, and is an opportunity to share input on transportation needs for older adults in our community. It will take place on Thursday, April 30th from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. in the Richmond Auditorium. And you will hear from mobility experts. You'll have an opportunity to connect with local service providers and help shape solutions that support safe and accessible transportation for our aging population. For more information, please call 510-620-6793. Next slide. As many residents are aware, the City of Richmond is partnering with community organizations to host Know Your Rights immigration forums. This forum will be held at RISE. It's being hosted by the City of Richmond, RISE Youth Center, Reimagine Richmond, Catholic Charities of the East Bay, the Multicultural Institute, and East Bay Sanctuary Covenant. This event, it will provide free legal consultation, travel right information, and family preparedness planning, and a resource for connecting residents to local immigration services. If you have questions, please call the City Manager's Office at 510-620-6512 for more information. Next slide. Also, the Asian American and Pacific Islander Community Celebration is scheduled on May 2nd from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the auditorium. This event is designed to foster solidarity across diverse Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, including West and Central Asian communities under the theme Culture as Power, recognizing cultural expression as both heritage and a source of cultural capital that strengthens community well-being. The program will include cultural performances, a community resource fair with approximately 20 partner organizations, youth engagement activities, including a talent and fashion show, and cuisines representing the AAPI community. The City of Richmond reaffirms its commitment to racial equity and inclusion through this celebration. Next slide. Also, on May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Cinco de Mayo Festival will take place. It will take place between Ream and Clinton Avenues. We are appreciative of the work that the 23rd Street merchants and all of their sponsors do to support this event. This is a wonderful activity. Tens of thousands of people normally turn out. And it's an experience a full day of live music, cultural performance, authentic Mexican cuisine, artisan vendors, and family-friendly fun as we come together to honor rich traditions in the spirit of our community. Please don't miss this exciting opportunity to connect, celebrate, enjoy with loved ones. Please bring your family, invite friends, and be part of the festivities. For more information, please call 510-620-6512. And in particular, I would like to acknowledge the police department, the fire department, and the public works department for all of the work that they do, and community service department for all of the work that they do to prepare for these festivals. They take a great deal of time to prepare, to make sure that the events run smoothly, and to make sure to try to ensure that everyone is safe. So just thank all of the city staff for their support and for doing a great job working with our community-based partners. Thank you.
Point of order?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, City Manager, for this wonderful news. Thank you for your work. I have one question, and it's about the pavement. We had been always advocating where the idea of doing pavement combined with some of the street calming projects. I wonder if that is happening and how this is happening and in which intersections.
We can, that's a great question. Daniel Chavarria, Director of Public Works, is planning a comprehensive presentation as part of the May 5th budget presentation. We're going to start the evening with presentations from Public Works, Community Development, and the Police Department on May 5th. And so the department's directors will be presenting, and I will make sure to ask him to highlight that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item?
Mayor, we need to move back to agenda review. Evidently, there was a request to remove item O4A from the consent calendar by Ms. Citrum.
And was
So
the
that-
conversation had with the appropriate people?
Excuse me, thank you. She emailed staff, so staff should be aware that she requested.
Okay, so that was Tamara Walker and LaShonda White. Okay.
O4A, right? Yes. Item O4A, the bike item, e-bike item. Which one is it?
Oh? O4C. O4C,
Okay,
okay.
O4C.
It's being pulled.
O4C. That is the contract amendment number 3 with Charleston Mobility for electric bike share operations.
And that will go to the end of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Our next item is item M1, and that's proclamations honoring Asian American and Pacific Islanders. It's a proclamation declaring May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islanders, AAPI, Heritage Month in the city of Richmond, and recognizing the AAPI community celebration at the Richmond Auditorium. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was trying to call the office staff. The physical proclamation is missing, but I'm going to use my colleague's laptop to read it, and I would like to ask any council members who would like to join me over there to read the proclamation.
No, it's not on consent.
1 second, let me get the mic.
No, we haven't.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sohaila Bana. When I came to America, I told everyone I'm from Asia, but they looked at me and said, "No, you're not Asian." So it's about like 40 years later, I identify as Middle Eastern North African. But today we are celebrating Asian Pacific Islander culture in America. The reason why we're doing it is not that they have any specific highlight over other cultures. It's just to highlight the fact that we're all humans coming from different cultures. Race is a social construct, but culture is a beautiful thing. And despite all our differences, we would like to just emphasize on our solidarity, togetherness, belonging, rather than otherness. So if there are any Asian members, especially those organizing the API celebration, please join us as we are reading this, and we'll have the copy for you soon. So I'm going to start reading it, and we're going to share reading it. So honoring Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and celebrating community resiliency in the city of Richmond. Whereas May is nationally recognized as Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the diverse cultures, rich histories, and significant contributions of the AAPI community to the fabric of our nation and the city of Richmond. And
whereas the AAPI Community Celebration on May 2nd, 2026 is an opportunity to celebrate the diverse cultures within the AAPI community, including those of West and Central Asia, and is designed to build relationships and foster solidarity across AAPI groups and communities. And
whereas this event recognizes culture as power, acknowledging that cultural capital is an asset that shapes political and economic systems, and further recognizes that at the individual and community level, cultural expression preserves traditions, sustains connections to home, and can itself be an act of resistance. And
whereas this celebration is made possible through the sponsorship of the City of Richmond and the collaborative efforts of a dedicated coalition of community partners, including
the SAFE Center, the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, the Center for Empowering Refugees and Immigrants, Community Health for Asian Americans, East Bay Center for the Performing Arts, NAMI Contra Costa, Project Second Chance, Contra Costa Libraries, Stand Together Contra Costa, Diversity in Health, Rote Care West, Immigration Institute of the Bay Area, Jubilee Legal, Asian Pacific Environmental Network, Latina Center, and one moment that.
It's the next one.
And Latina Center.
Whereas the festivities showcased the vibrant cultural spirit of Richmond through a resource fair, a talent show by local artists, a fashion show by the Latina Center and Nepali children, and performances by the Sakura Kai Taiko drumming group. The Namshad Kaitel Tibetan folk dance team, the East Bay Bokyo Lao Kamu dancers, and the Rose Nepali youth dancers.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council does hereby proclaim May 2026 as AAPI Heritage Month in the city of Richmond and encourages all residents to join in this celebration of culture and community solidarity. Be it further resolved that I, Eduardo Martinez, the mayor of the city of Richmond, commends all participating organizations and performers for their dedication to building a more inclusive Richmond where every immigrant and minority community is seen, heard, and supported. Thank you.
I would like to ask Susan Kim, who's organizing May 2nd event from the SAFE Center, to have a word on behalf of the Asian community.
Wow, that's a big job. I get to represent all of our AAPI residents and community. So thank you so
Well,
much for this.
Harpreet is not joining us, so you're the only
And there will be
representative.
others who could join me if you identify yourself as AAPI residents. And I think I really want to thank you all for this recognition because this is really important to us because we AAPI residents and communities have faced the experiences of invisibility and being othered and isolation. But that's not the only thing we focus on. I think on Saturday, this Saturday, you are all welcome to join us to share joy, the sense of joy in these very difficult and tough times we are all experiencing. You heard about our program. It's going to be wonderful. I guarantee it myself. And it's free. And we're going to offer also free food to anyone who comes. And we're going to offer cuisine from Eritrea, Afghanistan, and Nepali, really showing our multicultural talents we all share in our community. Also, I must share that we are here in solidarity with other people of color who have shared the same struggles and who have also shared the same commitment to belonging. So that's what this is about. Please come this Saturday. I'll be there at 9 a.m. bright and early, and we would love to see you all there. So thank you.
I would like, thank you, Susan. I would like to add one more thing as an immigrant. So when you come to America, you don't know anything about the history of America. I mean, I come from a country with 2,500 years of history, and here to that 250, is you don't know much details. But one thing every immigrant knows about is the civil rights movement. And one thing all of us new immigrants continue is that tradition of resistance, of standing up for our rights. And that's why we're seeing the indivisible movement today in solidarity of all the immigrants and all of us. We are one nation after all. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we have one in-person speaker, Cordell Handler.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council, Cordell Henley. I am so excited about this event, and I want everyone, that means you all, Council, to show up to this event. You heard what was being proposed. Free food from all ethnicities. It's going to be wonderful. So thank you, Susan. I will be there also. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. I will be doing a total count of how many speakers. Let's see. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Okay. So tonight we have 10 speakers. So the amount of time allotted to individual speakers shall be determined based on the total number of speakers. The time allotted to each speaker will be as follows. 15 or fewer speakers, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council. 16 to 24 speakers, a maximum of 1.5 minutes. 25 or more speakers, maximum of 1 minute. Okay, so we have 11 speakers. So each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes. Okay, we'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. There's one online speaker. When your name is called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. First group of speakers, Cordell Handler, Don Gosney, Saeed, Irania De La Mora, Ryan Lau, Claudia Citron, Mark Wasberg, Zoe, Chris Taft, and Juliet.
Okay.
Cordell Handler.
Wow. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am not Mark Warsberg. I am Cordell Hendler. So that's a little slip. So, I have some items to bring forward to you all. So, for the last meeting in May, I want to see the Salesian College Preparatory Service Day proclamation because these young students have done a lot for Richmond. They have organized after-school programs. They've worked with churches, so I am asking you to put this on the agenda for the last Tuesday in May because they're having their graduations 4 days after that. So that's one. Then the second thing is, if you recall, last week at the meeting, I said if I had $550 million, I would hire a consultant to fix our streets because if you go outside this door, you'll see the 27th and Nevin is horrible because I almost got hit myself. Just that quick. So my money should be invested in our streets because you have a lot of community members have crossed the streets and they almost got hit. So I am begging that that money should be allocated towards fixing our streets because neighbors have been complaining. They said, why doesn't the city fix our streets? I told them, I said, you got the money from Chevron, so now you got the money, so now here's what I would do. I would put money allocated for our streets. So then the second thing is hiring consultants because as it was stated last week, we are in a staffing shortage right now. We need officers for our streets because we feel a lot safer when we have officers there. So with that, if I had $550 million, I would add more police because they make our streets a lot safer. So with that, I'll give my time to Don Gosney.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. You know, if I said it once, I've said it a gazillion times. As a community leader, how can you claim to speak for the people when you rarely speak with the people? At last week's meeting, there were quite a number of speakers visibly upset because they came in assuming they would have 2 minutes to speak, but then you cut them off. Same thing the week before. The agenda packet clearly states that we have as much as 2 minutes to speak, but then your council policy states, the hidden policy, the one that's incredibly difficult to find on this website, it states that for any item on the agenda, and by the way, public comment is on the agenda, a speaker may have 2 minutes. Later on, though, the policy addresses public comment, saying that the allocated time will be limited to as little as 1 minute, depending on the number of speakers. Both of these, though, say that this only applies to in-person speakers, suggesting that special privileges are given to Zoom speakers, allocating 2 minutes. But they are not in person. Because they are not in person, I, for one, come in with a 2-minute speech timed to the second, only to learn that I may have to cut out every other word. Can you see how confusing the public might be? Which are they supposed to believe? What they see on the agenda packet, the first item in your policies, or the second item on your policy? Because they all are different from each other. Okay? Where we are not confused is in reading the message coming from the council. Unless we are your friends or allies, there's nothing that we might say that you want to hear and that you would much rather that we just shut up and sit down. Not the way we like things. You might take a look at the way the school board operates on something like this. They allocate 1/4 of their allocated time. They've got a 4-hour meeting, so 1 hour is devoted to public comment. You're allowed 2 minutes. After that, if they decide to go with that with more speakers, they're cut down to 1 minute. But you know that going in, because it is clear everywhere that they read what the policy is. We may not like it, but at least we know what we're getting ourselves in for. Thanks.
Said.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Saad Afzal. I am a Richmond resident and a former Tesla autopilot engineer. I'm here tonight because I submitted a proposal to the city manager and the public works team to run a phase 1 AI safety pilot on the Carson and McDonald routes. I built variable AI smart glasses to help prevent accidents and protect our city drivers. Most importantly, this pilot is built to collect the exact first-person video and data Richmond needs to win the upcoming SS4A federal grant. But we aren't stopping there. This data will also be perfectly set up to help our city win California state grants and Contra Costa County Measure X safety funds. I'm here to make sure Richmond becomes a true leader in city safety. I look forward to working with your team to bring those federal, state, and county grant dollars directly to our streets. Thank you for your time.
Urania de la Mora.
Hello, good afternoon, City Council. So I want to comment on what this gentleman just said when he left. I'm not in agreement with the high surveillance of drivers. I think that should be left to the police, which you all need to hire more of, and stop paying them overtime. I think they make like, what, $500,000 a year or more? Because they work overtime and you guys are underemployed police officers. So instead of putting up cameras to put us all in jail for any little infraction, just hire more police officers. Thank you very much. And I don't want to live in a city with super high surveillance where I'm being watched like a slave and a prisoner in my own city, like they do in China, where they're treating minorities like garbage and harvesting all their organs. Unless you guys want to be just like the Communist Party in China, don't do it. And they're also doing it in India, by the way. You can look it up. And then secondly, I'm going to be there at the Cinco de Mayo festival, and I really hope all of you go. I'm going to be singing, and I'm going to be passing out information on me. And also, I'm going to have 2 copies of my book for sale. And I want to read you all a little bit of the book that I wrote. It's called Justice Noir. I think I've read the introduction before. It's about the 1791 Haitian Revolution in Haiti, and it's a fictional historical book. This is a story about a young man named Andre who was raised with intentions of one day becoming a great soldier, and he succeeds. He excels in academics and sports and gets sent to Haiti, where he encounters a French colony made up of mostly black people and mulattoes. He is also a mulatto. His mother is 1/3 black and his father is a white man. So being a good man, he sympathizes with the mistreatments the mulattoes face. And I will be selling that book, and I use terms that were used in that time. So if you know anything about the history, you will know that those terms were used at that time. And thank you very much. And Audrey was a real person. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brian Lau.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan with AC Transit. I'm here to share a critical update regarding the future of our service. On Wednesday, June 10th at 5 p.m., the AC Transit Board of Directors will be considering 2 scenarios to potentially reduce our service due to significant budget shortfalls. While a state loan has stabilized our immediate budget this year, AC Transit is facing a $200 million deficit over the next 4 years. Without new sustainable revenue, we're facing the possibility of reductions of up to 16% of service and a loss of 300 jobs. AC Transit's started to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If there's no new funding secured, service reductions will likely take effect as soon as June 2027. I want to be clear, there have been no specific decisions about lines, but every line is up for review. While it's our priority to preserve the service at current levels, we just want to be transparent about the challenges that we do face. AC Transit Board of Directors will consider 2 potential service reduction scenarios on Wednesday, June 10th at 5 p.m. And we are also having an open house to review the possible service changes directly prior to that meeting at our downtown Oakland offices at 1600 Franklin. We will definitely be sharing more information to come that we hope you will share out to your communities. Thank you.
Claudia Citron.
Let's stay on the topic of finances. Service cuts will come more and more often on your table, whether it's BART, whether it's Contra Costa wanting 4% taxes on sales, or I'm just asking that you prioritize what really is necessary. I know I can't speak about the bike program. There's a bunch of things on the agenda tonight which I can't name right now, but I'm just asking you to prioritize. We need the fire department being funded. The police budget always gets being slammed. Also, the biggest part there is the lease. It's time that you start thinking about building police headquarters. And it's time to also think that Richmond Moves is a highly successful program. That grant is about to run out. So instead of running 5 different, on a nail and tooth, pick those programs which are successful. There is, in one of my emails, I gave you data on seniors. If a senior loses the spouse, they lose their second Social Security check. If they get $1,800, that is their rent, full stop, period. Think about housing. What is more important? Support the seniors or have a yurt that is $200,000 calculated, or have the art fund ask for another $15K, even though the city manager says any overrun needs to go through a forensic audit. So there's just, wrap your brain around the budget season starts. That's all I'm asking. Thank you. I yield my time. And thank you for letting me move the item.
Zoe?
Hi, my name is Zoe Rivka Panagopoulos. I am a voting resident in District 2. I'm speaking on item 5D on the consent calendar, and I just wanted to thank the mayor and the city council on behalf of Richmond Jews for Palestine and Richmond for Palestine for your work on the Sister City program with Sebastia and on the work today to establish the Sister City Commission. And we look forward to working with all of you to help get some people on that commission. Thank you.
Chris Taft?
Good evening, council members. Thanks for this chance for me to address you. My name is Chris Taft. I'm a resident of Richmond, District 5. And I want to thank you, Mayor Martinez, and the council for moving Sebastia as our sister city to the consent calendar tonight. Richmond has a history of internationalism, of sister cities, of linking our communities as people connected to other cultures in solidarity, as proclaimed earlier tonight with the Asian Pacific Islander communities. And that's why it's very important for us to affirm and protect our link with Palestine, especially the West Bank village of Sebastia, especially so because Sebastia, with roots back to the early 900 BC, is threatened with complete obliteration. Furthermore, this destruction will be paid for with our tax dollars. So I want to commend the mayor for his advocacy and for connecting our city with people who need our support, as you all have done. And thanks to the city council for affirming the arms embargo to Israel, on Israel, and for keeping Richmond as a world citizen. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Juliet. And our last speaker will be Mark Wasberg.
Hi, good evening. I'm a resident of District 6. I just wanted to also, like my colleagues from Richmond for Palestine and Richmond Jews for Palestine, thank the mayor very much for moving this item forward. It's very important for our city, for our citizens to connect internationally in this way, particularly with people who are experiencing oppression and hardship. I think it's really wonderful that our city has a sister city commission. I know that we have 3 other sister cities, and now we have Sebastia. So thank you for. We look forward to working with the commission and supporting them in their work. Yeah, thanks very much.
And our last in-person speaker is Mark Wasberg.
I said, when you break the law, law enforcement has every right to go after you no matter where you go. And if you're an illegal immigrant, you're already broken the law by being in my country. So if they try to hide somewhere, if they try to hide here in City Hall or anywhere else, ICE is going to come after you, and your free zone is not going to stop them. So I don't know where you get this dumb idea that you're going to stop ICE from arresting criminals if they run on city property. And that's pretty stupid. You know that's not going to work. Now, to get a warrant, I said, law enforcement has to build a case. Once that build a case, they have the judge sign it. The judge will sign it, then they'll arrest you. Then it'll go to the district attorney, and it's up to them if they want to press charges or not. This is how our system works. You don't go around passing laws that you can't even enforce, stopping law enforcement to protecting illegal immigrants. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and it's not going to work. You know that. It's just a bunch of stupid politics, and you know it. And then the United States was founded on Christianity, not a God from Iran that's going to be chopping people's heads off, throwing them off buildings, terrorizing the world, killing innocent people like they did in Israel, massacred, was it 1,300, burning babies in ovens. That's your religion in Iran. Sure, we have problems here, but the United States will always be a Christian nation, not no phony gods that these people are talking about. You got it? And if you can't respect our laws or our God, you have no business being in my country at all. Now, she says she comes here, in God we trust. What God do we trust? Well, we know the United States was founded under Christianity.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Benterio, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Recently I've become familiar with the kind of rejection of Raftelis, Matrix, and the grand jury staffing findings amongst some of the council members. And I want the council to think about who is actually paying for the price of understanding, or sorry, the price of understaffing and understanding its role in Richmond. It's not the consultants. It's not the grand jury. It's not the elected officials that are in this chamber. It's the domestic violence victim who calls 911 and waits because the only available unit is across town or on another priority call. It is the family of a homicide victim whose case sits in queue because investigators are carrying caseloads that no professional standard would consider manageable. It's the sexual assault survivor whose follow-up interview gets pushed back a week, then 2, then a month, because there aren't enough detectives to do the work and work the case the way it deserves to be worked. It's the robbery victim whose suspect is never identified because no one had the bandwidth to pull a video canvas to block or run leads when they were still warm. This is what understaffing looks like in real life. It's not a line item on a budget. It's justice delayed, justice diminished, and in too many cases, justice denied. Raftelis told this council, Matrix told this council, the Contra Costa grand jury told this council. 3 independent professional bodies, 1 consistent finding. There are some council members who have said they will not support these recommendations. I would ask them publicly, and I will later on the record, to explain Richmond victims why their cases are less urgent than the political calculation behind that decision. Richmond residents deserve response, and the victims of Richmond deserve justice. This city needs to be staffed with police officers in the 170 to 180 range. Anything less.
Thank you. Your time has expired, and that was our last speaker.
Our next
Mr.
item.
Mayor, if I may, I know the time is over, but we have over 16 cert people. Many of them are senior residents and in different physical conditions. Can we move item Q6 to be the second item on the agenda, please?
No.
Can we take a vote, or can you have some considerations? Huh? There are many. Could cert people raise your hands, please? They've come from long ways all over Richmond.
You
Can we take a vote, please?
We already went over agenda review.
I make a motion that we take a vote to have this item after the first item to be the second item, please.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And then just,
Councilmember Brown.
sorry, just clarification. You said first item after.
No, so we already decided Q4 becomes Q1. I'm asking Q6 to become Q2.
Okay.
So it will be the second item on the agenda tonight.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember, Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
No?
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no.
I'd like to know how many people are here for the Red Oak Victory Ship. Could you please raise your hand?
Oh, my God.
So we have as many or more people for the Red Oak Victory Ship. So I would like to move that to the second position. So after the one that was moved to P4. So I want it to be Q2. So do I have a second?
Where's it going?
Okay, so can I do it like an order?
No.
Okay, so we have Q4.
So actually, as chair, I can just move it, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So right now, we have Q1, which is the one, Q1 is Q4.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so,
Okay, and then we have
Q3.
Q2 is Q6.
so it will be,
Then
Can't we
Where's
just say
the
that the
red-
order, so Q4 is order one, and then right now we're debating, or the mayor's saying,
I'm moving the Red Oak Victory Ship to be the second one.
so
Since-
Q3 to second position, is what you're saying?
Yes,
And then Q6 will be the third position?
right, uh-huh.
Okay, thank you.
Where is it now?
And then it'll be Q1, followed by
Where is
Q2.
it now?
Q1 is the fourth position.
Yeah, but where
Q2 is
the-
the fifth position. Q5 is the sixth position.
Okay.
And then Q5?
It's the sixth position.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because I don't know that we're going to get to all of them, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So that way, people that are towards the bottom of the new list, that you kind of know you're either staying with us till almost midnight, or you might come back next week.
Not even midnight, till 11.
11:30, almost midnight.
11.
11,
Oh, 11.
right,
Mayor?
right.
Mayor?
Yes,
Just point of clarification. So the BART director is here. Do we want to ask the BART director if they would be amenable to coming back at a subsequent meeting?
yeah,
Good
yeah,
idea.
that-
Okay, is that, okay. We apologize. Thank you.
We were about to take a vote on the consent calendar. And
Right.
as a reminder, the consent calendar vote will exclude item 04C, that's the contract amendment number 3 with Charleston Mobility for electrical bike share operations. So we need a motion.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I move the consent calendar.
I second it.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes,
The vote is unanimous. Okay.
Madam Clerk, just for clarification, would you mind reading the order again after the consent calendar?
Okay, order is item Q4 is now item Q1. Item Q3 is now item Q2. Item Q6 is item Q3 now. Item Q1 moved to item Q4, and it looks like they're going to come back. Item Q2 is now item Q4. And then item Q5 is now item Q5.
And then 04C at the end.
And then 04C is at the end of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so our next item is item Q4.
No, P1, P1.
P1.
Budget stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped completely over. Item P1 is under budget session, and that is to receive an update of community engagement efforts related to limited term revenues, approve and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a contract award with Dahlberg Advisors, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have 2 in-person speakers.
Checkmate.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. My name is Avinesh Nathan, Finance Manager 2 from the Finance Department. With me, I have Nikki Maste, Deputy City Manager, Internal Services, and Emily Combs, our Finance Director. Tonight, I'll provide a brief status update on the community engagement and financial strategy RFP tied to the limited term revenues. Before we proceed, I would like to thank all the city staff that was involved in the RFP process to get the RFP out and evaluated. It was a great collaborative effort and a lot of hours outside of normal duties. So I'd like to acknowledge all the staff. Thank you. See, I prepared for next slide and I'm presenting, so I'll try to avoid that. The recommended action tonight is to receive an update on the community engagement efforts related to limited term revenues, approve and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a contract award with Dahlberg Advisors, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney. Per your direction on January 27, 2026, the consultant through the RFP process will run robust engagement with staff, council, stakeholders to gather input on holding and releasing funds and develop a transparent, equitable expenditure framework with financial advisory input on maximizing earnings. Tonight's update closes the loop on the plan and timeline you asked us to bring back. Council's 2024 decision to withdraw the ballot measure resulted in a 10-year, $550 million settlement with Chevron, guided by principles to reduce fossil fuel dependence and improve community quality of life. The engagement process will help identify community priorities across the 5 goal areas as shown on the slides. These elements establish the foundation for developing an expenditure framework that aligns both with council direction and community input. City staff thoroughly ensured that the RFP was in line with the council direction on January 27, 2026. The timeline shows sequence of events leading up to this evening's update. We adjusted the timeline to ensure a thorough evaluation and interview process ahead of contract award. The RFP was structured for an advice-only scope. This means that it includes facilitation, documentation, and strategy, and not direct fund allocation or investment management. The RFP reach was quite strong. A total of 1,170 vendors were notified through our bids online portal. 51 firms downloaded the RFP and 11 proposals were received. All proposals were evaluated against the criteria set out in the RFP and ranked accordingly. The top ranking firms were selected for the interview process. Evaluation and interviews involved staff from the finance, internal services, city manager office, public works, community services, and community development departments. Dalberg Advisors were identified as the top-ranked firm. Dalberg Advisors was the top-ranked firm in both the evaluation and the interview process. They demonstrated strong track record with restricted or settlement-derived funds and clear neutrality in facilitation role. They bring Richmond-specific experience, for example, developing a strategy for Richmond Rapid Response Fund and a comprehensive and inclusive engagement plan aligned to equity and just transition principles. Their technical proposal demonstrates California public sector governance, experience, and advisory discipline. Dalberg's engagement model is designed to ensure broad, accessible participation across the city. The goal is to gather meaningful input from residents, particularly those most impacted, through a mix of in-person engagements, targeted discussions, and accessible online tools such as mobile-first portal. The structure emphasizes language access, logistical support, and smaller facilitated conversations so that the feedback is both inclusive and substantive. This approach gives the city a clear understanding of community priorities to align into developing the proposed expenditure framework. Next steps. Staff will return with contract award for council action within 2 months. Dalberg's proposal milestone indicate a 7-month engagement period to conduct a robust community engagement, including at least one formal update to the City Council and a final report to the Council on the 2 deliverables. 1, the proposed framework for expenditure of the limited term revenues, and the proposed strategy for holding and releasing funds to maximize earnings. All recommendations remain advisory only and subject to council approval. During the community engagement process, transparent updates will be published on a landing page on city website. To recap, the recommended action this evening is to receive an update on community engagement efforts related to limited term revenues, approve and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a contract award with Delbecq Advisors, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney.
And I would just like to add, Mayor, we appreciate all the work that the City Council and the community put into negotiating this agreement and receiving these funds. By way of background, just for full transparency, so the community is aware, the first 5 years, there will be $50 million provided per year, and then the second 5 years of the 10-year agreement will be $60 million a year. And this provides significant near and midterm support for the general fund, but it's very important that the council and the community are aware that when we look at cash flow coming over a term of 10 years, we have to also think about the discount rate. And this is something that we'll talk about more in detail on May 5th as part of the budget, and trying to come to consensus around what discount rate the council wants to consider. Because when you're looking at a stream of revenue over 10 years, that means the present value of that $550 million today is more like $380 to $466 million. And so tonight, this is a limited item that we want to talk about in terms of community engagement, but we want you to know that on the 5th, we want to have a more broader discussion around that and the assumptions, because that will help frame the community engagement as well, and should be part of the budget discussion. So just wanted to bring that up so that the community is aware that we do need to be very mindful of the present value of the dollars and how much it's worth in present value. And then again, coming to an agreement on what discount rate the council wants us to use in our budget projections. Thank you.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes. We have 3 in-person speakers: Cordell Handler, Claudia Citron, and Imba Ishi.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I like this presentation. So thank you, Avanish. And I would move the item. That's it. For full transparency, just move the item.
Claudia Citron.
So I appreciate the cultural awareness the city brings in with having items bilingual. I do think it needs to be actually trilingual or quadrilingual. We just had a presentation for the Asian Pacific residents. There is nothing in Chinese. We need to start putting things in.
This is on the Delberg.
Yes, and they said they want to do the things in Spanish, and I'm just requesting that it is being, multilingual, not just Spanish, but also Chinese, or what the major other languages are. We need to get more conscientious about those people, as we heard, stand in the shadow and non-existent. Please become culturally aware. Thank you.
Emma Ishi.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Emma, and I'm the local policy coordinator at Asian Pacific Environmental Network. And as you were mentioning, as a callback for 2024, it's just important for people to understand the context that APAN, along with a coalition of community organizations and residents, fought and won the Polluters Pay campaign, bringing Chevron to the table, helping to secure this $550 million to invest in our community in Richmond. I just wanted to say that our members are really eager to see these funds spent on both community needs that they see every day in their neighborhood, but also preparing to diversify our economy for the eventual closure and transition of the Chevron refinery. Yeah, we also really want to see the city council select a consultant to run the process that shares the values that Richmond actually put forth in the intent resolution. And we want to see a firm that has a thoughtful plan to work with the community, particularly those most impacted by ongoing pollution and disinvestment. Just so you get an idea of what that may look like in the robust engagement, meeting at existing community gathering spaces, virtual options, which is great to hear, but also really getting that smaller conversation facilitated feedback from groups like youth and students. Yeah, and also I just wanted to really call out, I think it'll be really important for the consultant to make sure they get input on what oversight for this funding looks like. As you all were saying, it's going to be lasting over 10 years, so it's important for us to consider that. And I just wanted to note too on the addendum that it'll be important to break down the financial options for the community so they understand that. I know I'm at time, but thank you for your consideration.
That was our last speaker.
No online speakers? Okay, fantastic. All right, then I will open this up for questions and conversation. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for responding the questions. It will be great to have this for also the public. I have a question based on your answers. So the three ranked firms was Dahlberg Advisors, the second was Kearns and West HR, and A advisor, Cal Mooney Advisor, and third, Just Cities. Can you talk about particularly what was the difference between the 1 and 2, just for us to understand why Dahlberg is the best option for us?
Emily Combs, Finance Director. I'll respond to this as I was on the review and on the interview panel, but I think there were some others that are in the audience as well if they want to speak to this. With Dahlberg specifically in the #1 spot, I think what we noticed throughout their answers was like their kind of inherent flexibility. We noticed, and this is one thing that was brought up by the panel. We said, well, how many sessions are there going to be? And they said, well, it depends. Like they had the most flexibility. It seemed like they were going to kind of customize as they went along. They weren't just going to say, this is our plan and we're going to go in with 6 meetings. They said it could be more. So I think that was kind of what, I don't know if you have anything more to add, Avanish, but that was something that definitely had them score higher than the others, as well as their experience.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before, all right. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the great work and for bringing this here forward. I looked up their website and just by browsing through it, they seem like a very good, like you've given us a very good recommendation. I think you've done great homework. They look like a great partner for the city. It looks like this fits right into their wheelhouse from what I am seeing from there. They're already looking to connect communities. They're looking to connect environmental communities with other communities and environmental justice. So this just seems like they just picked Richmond right out of stuff that they're already doing. So it's a great fit there. So thank you for that. And then regards to if we're able to, I think they're asking for how do we shape the meetings? And more meetings, I think, would always be great. Meetings at different times, different locations, different days, because we know we have individuals that are not going to be able to make Saturdays. So maybe it's an evening meeting, but then giving opportunities to different community members. My annual strategy meetings that I do in District 2, and I just had my 4th one, because hence my 4th year, I moved it around, right? It took me 4 years, but I moved it around. And sometimes we got some of the same feedback, but sometimes it was very different and very tailored to that corner of wherever my meeting was. And it spoke to that community. So making sure that we're listening, and I know we can't go to every corner, even though we want to, but let's try to go to as many as we can. And then also looking at doing something with small businesses, right? Doing a strategy meeting around with the small businesses to see what their needs may be as well. They're part of the community, and they may or may not be able to go to the other community meetings, but we want to have a little special ear for them because their needs are going to be different, right? The regular community members might be focusing on one thing. The small businesses might be saying, like, I need, and I've heard this in my strategy meeting with the business community last year, they need small grants to just help them stay afloat one more month, right? Until they can pick themselves up if something happens. So just having different structures of meetings and more meetings, again, would be great. Would also love to see feedback from Richmond residents, right? If you're a small business, you might be coming from outside, so that makes sense. But making sure that the feedback we're getting are from our residents. This is our money. It is our community. Making sure everyone should be welcome, but then kind of figuring out who's telling us what, right? And if it's our residents, that should go way, way higher, because when they open their front door, we need to know what that issue is because they live here day in, day out. So very important for that. And then looking at, I'm sure they're already going to be doing this, but kind of looking at breaking apart the different feedback in terms of citywide issues, district-wide issues, community issues, which might be different from the district issues, right? Again, you open the front door. I see that as more of community. And then looking at the council-approved goals. Now, knowing that those council-approved goals we approved about 4 years ago, they might need refreshing, but for now, that's what we have. So making sure, how do we fit in the different goals as we're having the conversation with the community? And I think the goals, if I may say so myself, because I was there, I think we did a great job in making sure that we touch in a lot of different things that happen around Richmond. So how do we fit everything in the conversation around the goals and incorporating that into the conversation? So I think it also will allow the community to have some guidance, sort of where they, as they're brainstorming what issues, the goals will help direct that as well. But then just being very open to have the communities bringing in any of their own perspectives. So, but thank you so much for this. I think great job in bringing this over. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I was pretty reluctant when we first had the idea of bringing on a consultant, just because I feel like we have extensive reports, again, the council's priorities and other documents that solicit everything that one would want to see in the report. But I guess this is a more comprehensive effort. So hopefully there's some actual movement. Because I want to move away from studying the problem to actually addressing it, because we are a city where many residents, you can go out right now and ask them what are like the top 3-5 priorities, they'll tell you. So I haven't seen the message really deviate. It's really been consistent. So are we able to use, my question is, are we able to use any of the funds, or do we have to wait until the outcome of this study, meaning how long are residents expected to wait before they actually see tangible benefits from this settlement?
Ultimately, that's a policy decision of the city council. I think one of the things that the council may want to discuss during the budget process is looking at our 5-year projections with the MOU increases that have been approved and some of the key initiatives that you've directed us to work on, and then making an assessment at that time. For example, you know, I'm not going to be shy. I have been a proponent of sort of more along the lines of an endowment approach, right? Assuming like a 4% rate of return on $100 million, right? We're going into year 2. That could give the council $4 million, you know, next budget cycle to appropriate. And then that could help augment with things like staffing and supplies or grants and things of that nature. And so I would I would hope that the council probably waits until this process is commenced, right, and culminates, unless we have some sort of significant financial event. I mean, right now, we're in an unprecedented time financially. Like, the things that are happening are so beyond what certainly I studied in economics. This is an unprecedented time with the rate, with the way the market is. And so I think it's important that we remain nimble, but then also not just start spending, because there are so many priorities. And you'll see from the staff presentation, staff are going to be presenting on the 5th and the 19th, all of the things that staff would like to be doing. And so hopefully that will also help inform the conversation.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, like, I'm looking at, we've already received the first disbursement, approaching receiving the second. This study, you mentioned, is going to take about another 7 months. That looks like we're going to be going into like the third disbursement of it. So, like, when will the community actually see something from the settlement? I understand we want to wait. We want to make sure that we're making smart investments, but when you're walking outside and you're seeing all these things that this money could help alleviate, one could only think, like, when do we start to, like, actually put, words, reports, documents into action? So I'm just wondering, at which disbursement time will the community be able to see some actionable things?
One thing I do want to remind the council of is we have over $27 million worth of ARPA funding, right? And so we are trying to judiciously expend that as required in the grant guidelines. And then we have about $280 million total with ARPA of grants. And so what we're trying to do is spend down those grant funds, right? Continue to look. We've got about another $50 million of grants in the pipeline. And so appropriate and expend those funds very thoughtfully, and not be in a race, because I think if we try to rush and do two things too quickly, then staff can't provide the proper level of oversight. And so we want to make sure that we really implement things incrementally. And I think what the council has been seeing, and what I was trying to highlight tonight in the weekly report, is that we are making improvements to the built environment. We still have a long way to go. And through the budget process, for example, if the council sort of unilaterally said, okay, one of our priorities for fiscal year 26-27 is we're going to focus on parks, right? That kind of like intentionality regarding like, oh, here's the 3 priority areas we're going to focus on as part of the budget could then fold into this conversation here, and I think could provide some positive momentum in terms of getting clarity on where the council wants expenditures. But right now, we have a lot of different requests from a lot of different stakeholders. And so we think we need to finish this process before we say, oh, we should make an appropriations, because there's so many requests. Like, I know personally myself, the mayor, and council members, a lot of people have come to us and said, oh, can you fund this? Like, there was a nonprofit that wanted new office space, and they're like, oh, can you fund our new space, or can you give us a loan?
Yeah, that's because everyone's like, we have this settlement, and it was sold to the residents in that way. So when they're asking like about the settlement money, should it just be it's set aside until?
I mean,
just because the question comes up so often, and it's so recurring when it's like, so if you could do anything with the settlement money, or if the settlement money, if you had $550 million, what would you do? And there's 100 things folks could do. So are we saying that we're going to set aside that money until the conclusion of the study and everything comes back before, even if we're like into disbursement 4 or 5, whatever?
Yeah, I think 2 things would be extraordinarily helpful. I think one thing, finishing the MOU negotiations, right? We still have 3 bargaining units that are outstanding, right? So finishing those negotiations so then we can update our 5-year forecast and have real numbers there, and finishing this proposed scope of work would put the city council, I think, in a position where you could make informed decisions. I think not having your MOUs finalized, right, not having your updated 5-year financial forecast, and then starting to spend money, what puts you in a position where you're potentially being reactionary instead of able to sort of plan forward. So if the council were to ask me, I would say, yes, we should wait until your MOUs are negotiated, and this process has commenced, so then we know that the community has bought in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to circle back to a couple of things that you said that I think I understand, but I want to make sure I understand them correctly. We've received 1 or 2 disbursements so far.
One.
One disbursement, and another one is going to come in July.
Yes.
And when we put that money, that money is in some kind of an investment account, correct?
Right,
now?
it's
Right.
basically like LAIF, so it's like 3-4% depending on the market.
Yeah, so it is earning interest. And
Yes.
you were saying that that interest would be estimated at what amount?
Like, so if we were planning for next fiscal year, right?
Mhm.
If we said, oh, we're going to get another 50 million, right? So then you have 100 million.
Yeah.
Then the council could safely say, oh, we have 4 million you could expend without using the principal.
Right, without using the principal. So we
Right.
would still have the 100 million.
Right.
And we would have 4 million that we've earned that we could use towards general fund budget items.
Yes.
Yes, and that money that we earn, the interest income, is that considered short-term funds or is that considered long-term? Because it's earned income, right? It's earned interest.
That's a good question. I think it depends on if the city council makes a commitment to set it aside to continue to earn interest, right? That would be the policy decision.
So if we don't set it aside to earn interest, but we say that we're going to use that interest earned, I'm not saying that we're just going to say that. I'm just trying to understand if the interest that we earn would also be considered short-term revenue or if
Yeah.
it's considered general fund revenue.
Yeah, I think it depends on if you make a commitment to continue to invest the 100 million for in excess of 10 years. But you could, hypothetically, right, you could say, and I'm just talking out loud here, right, this isn't, you could say, oh, I'm going to fund X, Y, and Z in the programmatic approach,
Yeah.
right? Or you could say, oh, park maintenance, we have 3 new parks coming online, and we want to continue to renovate more parks citywide. So we want to maintain these 3 parks that we have coming online at a high level because we just invested several millions in dollars in renovating these parks. And we want to have increased staffing to support those parks. And then we want to start renovating additional parks.
Right. So in the short, even though we may be waiting to use the money, that money is earning more money that we can put to use if we so decide as a council.
Yes.
So we're not just sitting here, nothing happening. We're actually getting more money from the money
Yes.
that we have gotten.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just also want to clarify that the idea of having this community approach is to get input from the community about what are the needs, and because if we are starting spending that, are we going to make the right decision without hearing the community? So that will help us to make more informed decisions. My question to you is about, I know we are talking about I always think about these 500 millions in these 3 categories. One is listening to the community. Also, the other is a strategic financial investment. And the third one is to recognize that there is a historic investment in parks and renovating parks and in all the infrastructure that, because we haven't had the money, is getting old, right? So for instance, you say like the park, renovation of the park. So I think this is the 3. I wanted to ask how, in terms of the, one part is, well, knowing how to engage the community, listen to the community, and pull that together. But other part is the financials strategies that we can have, because one thing is, well, we can have the money and an endowment, hold this, like, I don't know if I agree in having the money just to have 4% gain, or if there will be some strategic investments that can be gain more than that, or in the long term. So I just want to make sure that it's something that this consulting will be also developing to show the community and to show us.
Yes, Avanish, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, so that is correct. So the consultant will develop a financial strategy framework on how the settlement funds can be, or the limited revenue funds can be maximized with earnings, right? The consultant will not hold or manage the investment funds. They will only, it's advisory only. So when they propose the framework, it will be up to council direction to how to invest the funds.
Okay, thank you. No, and this is good to know that this is why we are having these consultants, because it's not just only about listening the community, but also putting together some financial strategies and frameworks for us to see how we can expand the life of that funds to get it for longer, so it can become in some ways an ongoing source of revenue, so we can fund ongoing expenses. Thank you.
Let's see. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I make it very quick. So it's great following up my fellow council member Jimenez's talk about the consultant bringing some ideas to us. Are they going to present that to the public too when they receive them, or just out of the blue they ask for feedback? Or are they going to provide some calculated options for them? So they can, the public, can they make like educated wishes, for lack of better words on my side, or they just, throw ideas around, like I want pavement, I want park, I want this, I want that, or they would be given an option, for example, if we invested in OPIP, this much we save, if we do, different options with calculated analysis. Just like the council is going to make, needs your work to educate us on the performance of each choice in the future to make a good decision. I believe the public should have, in a very simple way, that picture too.
We did not get into that great of detail. I can't say for sure through their proposal, but we can certainly distill that as part of the negotiation process. I suspect that is part of the proposal, but that's a great question, and that's very specific. So we would have to follow up with Dahlberg specifically on that.
Thank you. As long as the public receives the big picture, they don't have to be, given charts or I don't know.
Right.
But
yeah. No, I completely understand. And definitely just through this process and the interview process and reviewing proposals is definitely an art that they do. But we can definitely, that's a great question, and we can figure that out.
Thank you. Then that would bring our decision close to the public's, because we are given the same, premises of making a decision. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, the reason why the agenda item is framed the way that it is, though, also is so that as the council is providing feedback this evening and in the form of your final motion, as well as your comments, that will help the city attorney and I work with finance staff to finalize the scope of work. So that's why it was not attached to the contract for this very purpose. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yeah, so along those lines, so I appreciate that clarity. I went back and looked at sort of what this process is, and my understanding is that what we're going to authorize you to do tonight is to go back to the vendor, the potential vendor, and negotiate with them to have a little bit more specificity. And so it's great that people are raising, and I think I agree with most of the suggestions folks have made. And so one of the things that I want to highlight in terms of a suggestion for something to take back to them is to make sure that they understand, and I think you put this into the RFP correctly, that part of what we asked for in the RFP is that the conversation engages specifically with the concept of a just transition and a post-Chevron world. And so it's not just, I think it is very important to just sort of say, like, sky's the limit, what's everything you would like to spend money on? And I do want to hear the feedback, and I think most of us probably from our emails have some sense of what those answers are going to be, but that also that there has to be some really careful attention to thinking about what, if you had, $50 million a year, what are some of the things you could do to expedite a just transition and lower reliance on fossil fuels and fossil fuel corporations? And so I don't have the expertise to know what those questions should be, and I'm sure the staff can make those connections if necessary. Because I'm not sure, do you feel like the vendor brings that experience to the table themselves, or is this something we're going to have to provide them?
I absolutely think they have that. I feel confident that they do have that level of expertise.
Thank you.
All right. I feel comfortable enough to say that I'm going to vote no on this. And the reason I'm going to vote no on this is because, as I've said from the very beginning, this money is general fund money. It's not special fund money. And when we start looking at the budget as separate issues, we tend to have a budget that's skewed and not holistic. So it's kind of like the three blind men feeling the elephant, and one of them feels the leg and says, "We need socks." And then the other person feels the ears and says, "We need, I don't know, we need earmuffs or something." And someone feels the trunk and says that he has a cold. So we need to buy him medication. Anyway, we're looking at parts of it instead of the budget as a whole. And from the very beginning, I've said that if we want to look at monies, we need to look at it holistically. I would like the community to look at the entire budget, not just $50 million, but the entire budget, so that we can have a better idea of how the money is spent, where the money goes. If I could, I would change the agenda to have Dalberg look at the entire budget and have a community discussions around the entire budget. But since that's not on the agenda, I'm not able to do that. So I think we end up looking at this problematically because we're looking at it as if they're special funds to be spent for special items and not as general funds. And if we spent $50 million on the shoreline, who's to say whether it was from the special from the 50 million or from some other part of the city budget? So it's really difficult to say that this 50 million is from the funds, or whether it's from some other part of earnings that we get for utility taxes or property taxes or sales taxes. So I think this item is looking at the budget in a wrong way, and that we should look at the budget holistically. And I hope that Dalberg, if and when they are elected, look at the entire budget, whether or not they're speaking to that.
Mayor, if I may make a suggestion, and it would be up to the council to help inform this, but one way that we could potentially address your concern is, say, in the background section of usually when you have a community meeting, you have background. And so it might be instructive for the community to have a sense of some of the slides that we shared during the presentations that were done on the overall budget. And so if the council is inclined to want to do that, we're happy to do that. If the council is not inclined, then we won't. I'm just trying to figure out if there potentially is a compromise. We as staff are happy to move forward as directed by the council, but just wanted to try to see if there is a way to compromise.
I would like to make a motion to accept this recommendation.
I'm sorry, can I have a quick comment? Mr. Mayor, very quick.
May I
On the
second the
focus
motion?
groups, youth, labor, immigrants, blah, blah, the elderly and aging group is missing, so if you could add that, that'd be great.
So, I believe your motion is to approve and authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a contract award with Dahlberg Advisors. That includes all the feedback tonight, right? That includes consideration of the feedback tonight? That's right. I just want to make sure that.
That is our intention. I don't know what Councilmember Bono was referring to when I'm looking at P1. It doesn't,
On page 8, it says focus groups.
oh, page 8, okay.
So I would like the seniors and elderly would be considered as a focus group
Okay.
because they're a large group of the community and needy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point for
So-
clarification, the review of the entire city budget was not a scope of the RFP,
No,
so it
right,
will not be
no.
a deliverable.
No, we're not including the review
Okay.
of the entire budget.
Also,
But we
my-
would, but I think what I'm talking about is that there was a lot of, I think, helpful feedback
Mm-hmm.
on different ways and inclusion in terms of language, small group meetings, including seniors, things like that. So working with them to make sure that the community engagement is robust and gets to all the corners of the community that we can, that's reasonable, of course. We can't, you know.
So we'll work with the clerk's office to to receive the notes from this discussion, and that will help inform the next steps with the RFP negotiations for the scope of work, which will come back to the council for approval.
Yeah, with that, I would like to second this item.
You ready? Ready for a vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bono?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
I would love to see the whole budget looked at this way. No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown and Mayor Martinez voting no.
Mayor, I would like to propose that the item Q5, I don't think we are going to have time to discuss it tonight. And if we can move it to the next agenda and be the first one, I would really appreciate that. Will that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So item Q5 is continued to May 5th. May 5th?
May 5th, and it will be the first agenda item to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is item Q4. And that item, hold on one second, please, is to direct staff to work with Pullman Neighborhood Council to explore acquisition of parcel number APN 513-025-001-1, comprising a vacant lot at South 27th Street and Florida Avenue to evaluate feasibility, funding opportunities, and development pathways to establish and develop a neighborhood park that serves Pullman families, and to return to the City Council with recommendations and a proposed timeline within 90 days. We have 5 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, can I speak on this item?
Yes.
About the item from, yeah.
Yes.
Great. So I'm really excited to bring forward this item. Pullman Neighborhood Council is one of the one of the councils in my district, and you know, I meet with them regularly, have for a long time, and one of the issues that their beautification committee has been dealing with for over 20 years. Let me say that again. For over 20 years is wanting a park for the kids that live in this neighborhood, because there is no park. Not only is there no park for a neighborhood that has 9,000 residents, 25% of them are under the age of 18, But this neighborhood is bound by 3 very dangerous roads. Cutting Boulevard moves very fast. Carlson Boulevard, one of the most dangerous roads that we have in Richmond, most fatalities. And then the BART tracks on their northern side. And then 37th Street, which is also a pretty fast street. People drive pretty fast. So it's locked in. So if any kid wanted to walk to any of the closest parks, which would be Borman Park, which is over Carlson and over the railway tracks, again, where many people get killed on that railway track, and that park is actually closed right now because it's being reconstructed, they would have to venture across very, very dangerous roads to get there. The other park is Nickel Park. They would have to go and all the way down to the overpass at many blocks down, you know, something that's not super safe for a child, or walk all the way around the BART tracks and up the road like over a mile to get to a park, or across 37th Street again, which is a very fast street and it's on the edge of the community. This has been something that has been a need for a really long time. It's one of those things that not having a district representative in the city council has made it so that no one was here before to speak for this lack of park space, to speak for the community and advocate for it. So I feel really honored to be able to bring this forward and to request tonight that we just look into this. So this particular parcel, the way I first actually came to know about this parcel is because I was getting lots of calls because there are many incidents of people who are unhoused, living in this parcel, around this parcel, parking, having lots of human waste packed on the sidewalk around this parcel. This parcel has been just a sore spot in the community for a very, very long time. It's been a hard story. We've had to work with lots of people to try to find them other housing at this particular location. So not only do they not have a park, not only do they have one of the densest populations of young people, people under 18, not only are they barred in by very dangerous roads, so in order to get to any other park, they have to take their lives into their own hands. But the place that they have that's very open, it's actually 2 parcels, has been plagued by dumping, by all kinds of other activities that have just really plagued the neighborhood. And the solution that Miss Naomi has been bringing forward for over 20 years is we should make it into a park. So I took some time and I found the parcel and the parcel numbers and I shared that with the city and came to a point where in order to look any further into what steps might even be possible, we need council support in order to do anything else. So I want to make it clear tonight that I'm not asking for the allocation of any funds to make any acquisitions. I'm not asking for the allocation of any funds to build any parks. What I'm asking for is the first step to consider this location and to examine what it would take to make this a city park, so we can understand what the steps might be and what staff might recommend in order to move this project forward over time. That's what I'm asking for tonight. Asking for a pathway forward, what that pathway might look like, and that in order, whether or not we would actually move forward on that pathway would be a decision of this council that would happen at a later date. So I wanted to just say all of that and then move on to public comment.
Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 5 in-person speakers. Speakers are Cordell Handler, Clarita Griffin, Mary Stewart, Jonas Julin, and Naomi Williams.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a member of the Park Plaza Neighborhood Council, and thank you, Vice Mayor Robinson, for bringing this item forward. It's been over 20 years. I pass through that parcel on a regular basis, and it's like it needs a park because there are a lot of school children that would be perfect to go to these parks. So I would say move this item so we can open up a clear pathway, as I like to put it, open up a clear pathway. So with that, I'll yield my time to the next person.
Loretta Griffin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and Council. Thank you for moving this agenda item. Thank you, Vice Mayor Doria Robinson and Claudia Jimenez, Councilperson Claudia Jimenez, in sponsoring this agenda item. I'm Clarita Marie Griffin, Vice President of the Pullman Neighborhood Council. I'll begin with, did you know predominantly white neighborhoods have 44% more park acreage per person than neighborhoods of color? Did you know low-income neighborhoods average 42% less park space per person compared to high-income neighborhoods? And this is why we are here, because Pullman neighborhood falls in both categories. We are grateful to stand by our Pullman Neighborhood Council President, Ms. Naomi Williams, who has been advocating for decades that Pullman neighborhood needs a park. We are a diverse community of blue-collar, low-income, and essential workers of all ages. And Doria, you were spot on with the synopsis of the obstacles that children have faced for decades in being able to have fair access to the park. A recent study showed urban parks are essential for public health, from physical, mindfulness, nature appreciation, social, and cultural. We ask to do the right thing and vote in favor of creating a park in Pullman neighborhood in the name of fair and equity for all. Thank you.
Mary Stewart.
Hello, Council and Mayor. I'm a member of the Pullman Neighborhood Council, former officer, but now not so much. Since I bought my house 24 years ago, I have watched the number of children in the street expand exponentially. And it's many, many, many more. They're playing ball in the street on my block, and there's a lot of traffic. Now, there is the closest park, as the crow flies, is Nickel, but you have to go up these steep stairs. You have to walk through these steep stairs, go over the tracks, and down the other side. It's suboptimal at best. And I saw the lot that we were talking about before. It seems like that's more in the heart of where we live. So you don't have to walk a mile to go to a park. There's way too many kids out on the street. It's hecka dangerous. Anyway, I think it would be better for them to have a park that they can walk to that's not so far away instead of playing soccer in the street. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jonas Julin, and our last in-person speaker will be Naomi Williams.
Hello, Council. Jonas Julin, Pullman Neighborhood Council. It's not a secret. The U.S. has some of the worst health outcomes for the amount of money that we spend. Preventable diseases in the U.S. are the worst they've ever been. Mental health and suicides are at crisis levels. I'm not suggesting that this one park is going to solve all of our problems. But we know that human beings need access to the outside. Even a newborn baby will not develop certain metabolic functions without exposure to sun and fresh air. So it's medicine, and Kaiser and other providers are prescribing time for outdoors. Saturday was a fantastic park prescription day. Who went to that? Anybody? Anybody go? Sweet. Yeah, it was amazing, and we know it. So let's help reduce the swiping in Pullman. Let's help reduce screen time in Pullman. My niece and nephew call themselves screenagers, not teenagers, screenagers. Let's help reduce the screen time and the de-skilling of our kids. We don't know what this park's going to be yet. We have no idea. But let's encourage kids to play catch, kick a ball, chase butterflies, lay in the grass, have a picnic, watch the clouds, watch the sunset, look at stars, blow bubbles, fly a kite, grow veggies, swing on a swing, slide on a slide, climb a structure, throw a frisbee, play tag, roller skate, skip, whatever. Let's help parents reduce the screen time. It's not that they don't want their kids to be on the screen, but they don't have options. As we talked about, there's nowhere for kids to go in our neighborhood unless they want to risk their life. There's really only one green space left in the neighborhood. It's kind of a no-brainer. You could say we need development. What would New York be without Central Park? What would San Francisco be without Golden Gate Park? It helps property values, and And it will make the neighborhood more livable. Nickel Park's awesome, Marina Bay Park's awesome, Pogo Park's awesome. Let's add Pullman Neighborhood Park
Your
to
time is
Richmond's
expired.
medicine cabinet. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Naomi Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Come a little closer.
What about us? Oh, Lord. Can you be heard?
Oh, no. There you go.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. That's even much better. I can hear it too. Okay. The park is very important to us as members of the community and the rest of Richmond. It's a community park, but it's for Pullman. I have been begging for a park for over 20 years, as Dora said, and I haven't gotten any help from anyone. So now I'm glad that we are at least living on the south side. You know what that part is. That's where they want to throw everything they don't want. And things that they do want, they put it on the other side. North, east, west, but not south. So now, this park is very important to us, the members of the Pullman neighborhood. We have meetings once every other month. We changed the meeting dates, so last election time was in February. That was our first meeting for the year. And we had an election. And I was the only president in Pullman, but now I have a helper. So we have a co-president, which makes sense since I'm of age to retire. And that's what I think I'll do pretty soon, because not only of age, it's
Time is
just that
expired.
there's so much work for us to do.
I hate to cut you off, but your time is
Pardon me?
I hate to cut you off. Your time is expired.
Wait a minute.
I hated to do that.
I don't get to stand up here but once every moon, blue moon, now purple moon, but now we have
You know
help.
what? We will come to Pullman and listen to you.
You won't?
I will.
What do you mean? This is business.
Yeah, we can do business there.
Oh, okay. I'll have help all over. I've been in different positions, and I've had awards for all of them. But this one, I don't know what we will do, how you will do as city council, and we'll be very thankful.
Mrs. Williams, I can assure you that you have 100% behind you on this council.
Oh, not up there, but behind
I'm
us.
sorry.
Okay, according to the mayor.
That's right. I made a 7-vote count. I mean a 7-count vote.
Okay. I have help all over the city. I go all over the city. I might be the president of the Pullman, but I'm in almost every neighborhood. I have a lot of room to move around, but now, because of my not so fast walker, I have to take my time. So,
Thank
and I would like to thank some of my family for coming. Did you gonna say something else to interrupt me on my time?
No, it's past your time. You
Oh,
You know
okay.
what? I'm going to make you stay late so we can do our selfie.
Pardon me?
I'm going to make you stay late so we can do our selfie.
Wait a minute, hold it. I'm gonna stay late anyway.
Okay, well then.
Okay. I know most of you guys up there on the podium, and you've been very helpful to us. You have agreed and disagreed with some of the things we say, but this is for the community. So therefore, you need to take a second vote or the third vote to change something on that sheet that you guys always agree on and disagree with each other. Maybe to say, okay, let's do this for the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay,
And
thank you.
to satisfy.
That was our last speaker.
Yes. Thank you very
sugar.
much. And Naomi, we love you.
He said, we love you.
Next speaker?
That's it.
That's it? Okay. I want to say that we have a lot of business to take care of, and I know that all of us could wax endlessly on how wonderful Naomi Williams is and on how much this Pullman district needs a park. But I would like to make a motion to approve.
I just have a quick question, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Has this been item, because Ms. Doria Robinson, shortened.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Robinson is the liaison to the Parks and Recreation. Has this item been to the Parks and Recreation and suggested by them or not? Overall, I think it's an excellent item. We should have more properties purchased by the city turned into parks, of course. Excellent idea, but just a question of technicality.
Yeah, I would love to get a recommendation for the pathway forward for this project being considered by the city. And a part of that recommendation would be, what's the pathway? Who would we need to bring it to? What we're asking for is for the city staff to recommend a pathway forward, and that would include who we would need to bring it in front of, what are the steps?
Right,
Thank you.
and recommendations can come from either side. They can come from the Parks and Rec Commission, or they can come from the council.
Yeah, sure. I was just wanted to clarify because that's what, she usually recommends. Yeah, I make a motion that we pass this item.
I made a motion. I need a second.
I'm going to second the motion.
Okay.
Have a question?
All right.
Thank you. I'll start off since Ms. Naomi, you're standing there still. You mentioned you have a slow walker. I think you need a faster walker. Something's got to keep up with you. There we go. We're going to have to work on one of those.
The electric glide.
Yeah. But I want to thank the Vice Mayor because Ms. Naomi, as long as I have known you, we have always talked about that particular location. And it has been something that I know you have talked to every candidate that has ever come to Pullman. And it's not until we had district elections that we hear you more, unfortunately. But unfortunately, when we were at large, nobody cared or seemed to care enough to do something. And everyone knows I'm a big proponent of district elections. And again, this is a perfect example of the reason why. because we have to go into every single corner of our districts and really making sure that we're uplifting everyone together. So this is a really great project. I look to see what else we might be able to do with this area and other areas around Pullman. You need a lot of help there and a lot of resources. So thank you for continuing being an advocate for your community. Even when it seemed to have gone to deaf ears, you continued. And so thank you for that, and thank you for being here tonight as well. So thank you.
What was your question? You said you had a question.
If she's going to get a slow walker or a fast walker.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
So I want to start off by saying I also want to have a park in Pullman Park. And I think both Councilmember Robinson and the community have made an incredible presentation of exactly why there's an opportunity here and then that there's a need. But sort of building on the idea of needing recommendations from the staff in terms of paths, is that I do have a concern that there might be other parts. You know, if you look at the park master plan, there's a triangle in the center of the city, basically between the two highways, that's been identified as park deficient. And the recommendation is that, you know, and I know this is a document that's 10 years old and not much progress has been made, but it does lay out the recommendation that we look at this whole sort of corridor, is kind of the central corridor of the city, which is park deficient, and find ways to obtain surplus land in order to create new parks. And it talks about doing an inventory. And so I'm not looking for ways to slow down the development of a park at Pullman Park, but I would sort of like to yes and this and say, is there a way that we can use the energy, and I don't know if this is a budget conversation, but I'd like to sort of at least start it off here, is that yes, we should have a new park, or we should explore whether we can have a new park in Pullman, but can we also start a process that explores to see if there's other opportunities. And I realize, like, from the little I've learned about it, there might not be, like, there's places which need parks but don't have the opportunity with the vacant land. And I just would like to have a little bit of staff attention towards looking at, the various parts of that center of the city that might also have similar problems and maybe an opportunity. So I guess what I'm asking for is, with that, is there a way for me to address my concern in budget season, or what's a path here that I can follow?
Yes, I think it would be helpful for council to bring that up. When we present the budget, we always ask the council, we essentially develop a checklist, and then we aggregate those items over the series of meetings, and then we try to figure out how to balance them and fold them into the budget. And there's also an existing list, and maybe Councilmember Robinson would want to speak to that.
I think that our Parks and Landscaping team, Darcy in particular, is very interested in updating the Parks Master Plan. And a part of that should be identifying opportunities for new parks and defining what parks would be a part of our system of parks. I think that we're getting to the point where we can get there, but we had a lot of staffing and other issues within the department to deal with before we take on an update of the master plan. But as you say, in the master plan, it already calls for what I'm asking for us to start exploring tonight. And then, if we bring the park master plan forward on the schedule that works for staff, and include in that what you're talking about, I think that we can get your answer as well.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I'm really excited about co-sponsoring this. Thank you, Doria, when she called me and said, will you co-sponsor? And I said yes. I was saying, but are we going to jump the line? And she was like, no, this is a process. So I think what I want is that process. And I think what it's also, I agree with Councilmember Wilson that there is, I'm glad that we are bringing this item tonight, because it starts open that conversation, because a lot of this triangle is in the central areas, District 1, District 3, part of South Side, and District 5. And so it's all these communities that also don't have enough green space or parks to do that. So I think that is something that with this first step, I am hoping that we will continue to advocate for these opportunities. And I hope that Councilmember Robinson championed that as well, in collaboration with Councilmember Wilson, so we can have this process so other communities like Pullman get into the queue to really start having adequate spaces for recreation. So thank you.
Anyone else? No? Well, I guess I'll get in the flow of things. I was really hoping that we could just vote on this, and it's been a rich conversation. I think that the ideas that's come up are ideas that we need to consider, and I've been by that lot many times. I've been there when there was trash. I've been there when there were homeless people encamped in their cars around the street, and I've helped to move those cars and to clean up the trash. So I know it's been a problem, and the way to solve that problem is to make a park. So I know that we had put rocks on in the way to keep trucks from going up on the lot and leaving trash. So it's something that we have tried to deal with, but I want to commend Vice Mayor Robinson for going the extra step of looking at the property and finding out what the lot numbers were so that we could actually start looking at it more clearly, with plans. And I could go on, but I won't because we have a lot to do. I would like to make a motion to. Oh, that's right. See, we have gone so long on conversation that I've forgotten what we've done. Anyway, let's vote.
Okay, we had a motion by Mayor Martinez, second by Vice Mayor Robinson, to approve item Q4. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Who could say
Next
no
item.
to Ms. Williams?
Nobody.
Our next item is item Q3.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry,
that
it's
is-
Q6, actually.
No, it's not.
Q3,
I thought we moved Q6.
He moved Q3 and started yours at the end.
Oh,
item Q3 is to receive a presentation from Rosie the Riveter, World War II Home
Okay,
Front
I'm
National Historic Park, and approve a contract with Lifton Consultant, Inc. in the amount of $299,797 for planning and preliminary design of the relocation of the Red Oak for a term ending June 30th, 2027. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand now. We have 12 in-person speakers, and I'd like to get a count of how many speakers are online. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yes, so it's Q3. Yeah, if KCRT will be using the Q3 presentation. Good evening. Charles Gerard, Park Director for the City of Richmond. I'm joined by Elaine Jackson-Rotondo and Isabel Ziegler from the National Park Service. So thank you for your interest, ongoing interest in the port, and providing the opportunity to update this discussion from the initial February 3rd discussion. First, I would like to make a brief mention that we learned yesterday that the Port of Richmond was selected by Department of Transportation for an $11.25 million grant that will be used for our berth 7 remediation and repair. So I just mentioned that because it's good news, but also just to highlight there's a lot of different initiatives underway at the port, some near-term, medium-term, and long-term. The topic we're discussing tonight is sort of a long-term project discussion. As a recap of the previous council discussion, the port was seeking approval to enter into a contract with LiftTech Consultants for planning and design services for the relocation of the Red Oak Victory. The port had completed an RFP with the following work directive: complete an existing conditions assessment, complete cost analysis and value engineering to identify the most cost-effective relocation and wharf construction option, complete a permitting pathway analysis, and complete preliminary engineering to the 15% design level to support preparation of a CEQA compliance application. In closing the February 3rd presentation, Mayor Martinez had several questions regarding the National Park Service role and responsibility over the ship and over shipyard number 3. The mayor had made a motion that we return with NPS representatives to discuss their authority over the ship and the historic assets in shipyard number 3. And so the questions were, how much responsibility and authority does NPS have? And do the port and city have authority to make decisions on moving the ship forward? So our partners here from National Park Service will present information on their positioning and the history of their engagement within shipyard number 3 or Point Potrero Marine Terminal. I'll just reiterate that we acknowledge that the funding is not on the table to build this facility. We're in an exploratory stage regarding what the cost and considerations would be. The study by LiftTech will give a clear picture to the parties involved regarding those costs and the effort needed. And one final comment before I hand it over is the Port Enterprise. This is a Port Enterprise Fund project. It's not a general fund project. So as soon as we get the presentation up, we'll get started.
A little difficult. Both of our computers are not bringing up the PowerPoint. And it's like I can't bring up anything on these computers for some reason. I connected. I can't even bring up Q2.
Does this go from here to the other panels?
And even our okay, fine.
That looks like it.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity here tonight. As Mr. Girard said, I'm Elaine Jackson Rotondo, Acting Superintendent of Rosie the Riveter, World War II Homefront National Historic Park. I'm here to provide some background on our partnership, how it was established, how it works, and where we go from here together, with an emphasis on questions currently before the council regarding roles and responsibilities for Historic Shipyard Number 3 and the SS Red Oak Victory. Also joining me, as Mr. Girard said, is Isabel Ziegler, our lead for resource management and planning. Tonight we will address 5 questions that came from conversations with port staff and reflect areas where some clarity would be helpful. We'll cover how the park was established, the benefits it provides, what the general management plan directs, NPS's preference regarding the Red Oak Victory's location, and who is responsible for what. Our goal is to give you the foundation you need as you consider future decisions about the historic assets under your stewardship. Let's get started with how we got here. In 1998, Congress authorized a feasibility study that concluded Richmond's World War II resources are nationally significant, and that, quote, Richmond offers the best opportunity for a civilian versus a military homefront site in the Pacific Coast states and may be the most logical site nationally. The study specifically cited Richmond's critical mass of intact historic structures, most of which were, quote, in public ownership and accessible. And the study emphasized that the city of Richmond is very supportive of the potential designation of a National Park Service unit and is willing to commit to a partnership with the National Park Service. 2 years later, President Clinton signed Public Law 106-352, establishing this historical park. I want to highlight a few key provisions of the law because they define the nature of our relationship. First, the statute requires that the general management plan be jointly developed and approved by the city. This is a shared vision. Second, NPS, National Park Service, is authorized to enter into cooperative agreements for interpretation and technical assistance. That is our core role. The legislation also authorizes the acquisition of certain historic properties from willing sellers, but, and thirdly, the statute prohibits National Park Service from spending appropriated funds on the operation, maintenance, or preservation of the vessel SS Red Oak Victory. Finally, NPS owns no land or buildings here. This is what makes us a partnership park, a term you'll hear, though it's not in the statute itself. The feasibility study made it clear that, quote, it is not feasible for the National Park Service to acquire, manage, and or retain the massive structures, nor the open spaces, parks, trails, and memorials. The entire park model rests on the premise that, quote, a partnership between the National Park Service and the City of Richmond and private developers can preserve the area to support this designation as a National Historical Park. Before the park was even established, Richmond had taken action. In 1997, this council authorized pursuit of National Register and California landmark status for Shipyard Number 3. By 2000, Shipyard Number 3 was listed on the National Register as a historic district, was designated California Historical Landmark 1032, and incorporated as a core resource of the new National Historical Park. These designations reflect Richmond's leadership in achieving historic preservation goals. Over more than 25 years, the council has passed a series of resolutions reinforcing the city's commitment to the park and to historic preservation. I won't read all of these, but I want to highlight a few. Resolutions 46A-00 and 64-00 directed that Shipyard Number 3 development be compatible with preservation and public access. Resolution 100-07 directed the city manager to pursue adaptive reuse of the historic buildings consistent with the GMP and cited the city's obligation to prevent demolition by neglect under Municipal Code 6.02. And most recently, Resolution 7319 approved our most recent cooperative management agreement, which is due for renewal. The city's general plan 2030 goes even further. Element 15 commits the city to full development of the National Historical Park and designates Shipyard Number 3 as a catalytic project. This is a remarkable record of sustained commitment. So what has that commitment produced? National parks are economic engines. Visitors spend money at local businesses, restaurants, hotels, and retail. Our most recent data shows $3.3 million in economic output in the local gateway community. That's the combined direct and secondary effects of park visitation. By the numbers, national park status helps make Richmond a destination. It attracts investment, supports adaptive reuse projects, and creates jobs in tourism and hospitality. But this isn't just about economics. Shipyard Number 3 is the only surviving Kaiser shipyard that remains intact. The other ones here and in Oregon and Washington were either demolished, liquidated, or converted to modern industrial uses. So Richmond owns the only one where you can still see the buildings, basins, and infrastructure that tell the story of wartime shipbuilding. It's a nationally significant embodiment of American industrial achievement and the diverse workforce that made it possible. And it, along with other World War II era buildings in town, is why the national park was established here. For residents, this is about identity, knowing that our city played a pivotal role in one of the defining chapters in American history. Isabel will now talk about the general management plan, our shared vision, and what it actually directs.
In 2009, the National Park Service, the National Park Service and the city jointly adopted Alternative B of the General Management Plan. This council concurred through Resolution 25-09. Alternative B defines Shipyard Number 3 as a historic engagement area, a place where visitors can explore World War II sites and structures to experience the scale and complexity of the homefront story. The plan directs that historic structures be managed to retain their World War II era appearance. Some interiors may be rehabilitated for interpretation, others continue contemporary uses, balancing both preservation and economic use. The GMP specifically addresses the Red Oak Victory. Alternative B retains the ship at its current location and highlights its role in conveying the scale and significance of wartime shipbuilding. Importantly, the ship is not a standalone artifact. It is part of the historic ensemble. The vessel, the buildings, the basins, the whirly crane, together they convey the authentic setting of World War II shipbuilding. That's what makes this site so powerful. Separated from context, the ship tells a smaller story. So what is the National Park Service position on the ship's location? NPS has an interpretive preference grounded in the GMP and the city's general management plan for the ship to remain at Shipyard Number 3. The rationale is straightforward. The current location of the ship provides authentic context. Visitors experience a real World War II shipyard setting, not a ship in isolation. We remain interested in continued pursuit of General Plan Policy NP 1.2, which calls for expanding transportation options and prioritizing access by transit, bicycling, and walking. But we want to be clear about our authority. NPS can express a preference. We cannot, however, direct physical management or relocation. That authority rests with the city and the Richmond Museum Association as owners. Which brings us to the core question that Elaine will answer. Who is responsible for what?
Thanks, Isabel. Here's the division of responsibilities. The city and port own Shipyard Number 3 assets. That means primary stewardship responsibility rests with you, including the obligation under Municipal Code 6.02 to prevent demolition by neglect, ensuring development is compatible with historic preservation, maintaining public access, and implementing the GMP commitments made through council resolutions. NPS provides interpretation and education, technical assistance on preservation, joint planning within the cooperative agreement framework, and collaboration on GMP implementation. We're also a consulting party when federal undertakings affect the site. And again, NPS may not spend appropriated funds to operate, maintain, or preserve the Red Oak Victory. That is statutory. We understand that you have specific questions about Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and in general, we refer you to city staff with expertise and responsibility in this area, including legal counsel, as they will be best suited to help you navigate the city's responsibilities and management options when Section 106 is involved. But for a very brief overview, I will say that Section 106 applies when there's a federal undertaking, something federally funded, permitted, licensed, or needs approval. When it applies, the federal agency must identify historic properties, assess effects, and consult with stakeholders, which would include the National Park Service. But Section 106 does not give National Park Service regulatory authority over city-owned assets. It does not require the city to seek NPS approval for non-federal actions. Let me close with this. For more than a quarter century, the City of Richmond and the National Park Service have been partners in preserving this nationally significant landscape and ensuring the public can experience the World War II homefront story. That partnership has been built on shared commitments made by prior councils and honored by subsequent ones. Part of the current task is to evaluate future actions in light of the plans and agreements we've developed together. We welcome additional opportunities to strengthen our partnership including executing a new cooperative management agreement. Thank you. We're happy to answer questions.
There's just a couple additional slides that I'll cover as part of the presentation. Just to recap some of the questions. At the end of the day, can the port move the ship without the Richmond Museum Association's consent? Yes, the answer is the port can decide to move the ship. And to recap in the context of that question, there's the port that is looking after this. There's the Richmond Museum Association, who is the owner of the ship, and we're joined by National Park Service. But that was a question related to the Richmond Museum Association. There was another question. RMA was supportive of this study, but they were not supportive of moving the ship. That was a question. And in discussion with RMA, similar to the port, they want to understand the cost and effort required, permits and the permitting pathway, and how the site would be developed before making that decision. So I wouldn't say that RMA is not supportive of moving the ship. They just have not made a decision or a determination. What would the time frame look like to move the ship? You know, at a high level, we estimate 5 years. That's not 5 years from today. That would be 5 years after the analysis done and the cost estimate is done, and there's a decision, you know, probably collectively about the move of the ship. Once those milestones are met, then it would probably be a 5+ year project. There was also a question just about the cost-benefit analysis. So one comment is the study that we would undertake would really give us the cost side of the analysis, and that's what we're looking for. The Red Oak Victory crew, who is a subset of the Richmond Museum Association, and the volunteers that look after the ship, provided this estimate. So in a nutshell, the current location, through their revenue-generating activities, they're getting about $150,000 a year. Their forecast, if the ship was in the Ford Point location, they would get upwards of close to $1 million a year, or $1 million or more. And then, just as a reminder, the council request was to approve a contract with LiftTech Consultants in the amount of $299,797 for planning and preliminary design of the relocation of the Red Oak for a term ending June 30th, 2027. I'll pause there.
Do we have public speakers?
We have 12 in-person speakers. We do not have any online speakers.
Okay, so with 12 speakers, they have 1 minute, but if we...
2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes, okay. All right, then.
Okay. Want me to call the speaker? Speakers are Robert Ball, Greg Velasquez, Mark Epperson, Murphy Carr, Fred Klink, Tom Lyons, Charlie Moran, Asil Maloney, Mark Wasper, Claudia Cicero, Kim Abbott, and Alan Burns. Please line up behind the speaker's podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Robert Ball. Press the button. Press the button. There you go. And speak in the mic.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Robert Ball. I'm a resident of San Rafael. I've been a crew member on the Red Oak Victory for 24 years. I work in the engine room doing maintenance and repair work. The argument for keeping the Red Oak where it is somewhat compelling, but irrelevant. In a few years, the Red Oak will not be in the current location. It will either be moved to a place where it has greater public access, greater revenue, and more opportunity to recruit volunteers, or it will be hauled to the scrapyard. Right now, in our current location, with our funding and personnel, we're on a trajectory to failure. Please vote for this study. Thank you.
Greg Velasquez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Blaskus. I'm the chief engineer on the Red Oak Victory. This is my 19th year on the ship. And just want to let you know the ship's in pretty good shape. But we're not getting the exposure that we should be getting at the present dock. And it's a financial situation. Basically, I'm sure you all know that, that we do move the ship to another location. We have exposure to the public, and we want to operate our vessel in the San Francisco Bay. So I would appreciate it if you would vote yes on this survey so that we can at least get started, because this is the very first beginning to move the ship. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Mark Epperson, followed by Murphy Carr.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. I'm Mark Epperson, the director of the Red Oak Victory, and I'm here for asking your support to fund the feasibility study, the lift tech submitted by Port Director Charles Gerard. The move and the feasibility study has some broad community support, supported by Congressman Garamendi, Mayor Martinez, and Charles Gerard of the port, putting forward the study to see the feasibility cost of moving the Red Oak Victory for a number of good reasons. The Red Oak Victory has been already demonstrated its value as a national and international tourist asset, generating press coverage from outlets including the Los Angeles Times on the front page, CBS News for the America's 250th anniversary, the BBC World News, and a piece soon airing on PBS during this recent revival efforts that we did last year. This level of national and regional attention positions Richmond not only as a local destination, but as a globally relevant World War II heritage site anchored by the last surviving ship built in the historic Kaiser shipyards. This ship plays a central role in attracting cultural tourism and linking multiple historic assets across the region. Continued visibility and investment in the vessel directly supports long-term tourism growth, waterfront activation, and heritage preservation. We need to capitalize on the massive amount of basically great press that we've had, the media coverage. Preserving and strengthening the Red Oaks Victory assets and presence in Richmond aligns with both economic development goals and the city's identity as a center of American homefront history. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Murphy Carr. He'll be followed by Fred Klink. Okay, our next speaker is Fred Klink. He'll be followed by Tom Lyons.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm not here representing myself. I'm here representing 60 crew members who signed a petition over the last couple of days, and you all received a copy of that, in a digital copy of that earlier today. And that petition asked you to approve the contract with Lift Tech to look at a preliminary design for relocation of the Red Oak Victory. The reason the relocation is so important to all of us who work on the ship and understand the daily operation of the ship is primarily financial. As Port Director Gerard mentioned, we're looking at about $150,000 income in our present location in shipyard number 3. We feel very confident that we can do close to $1 million in income if we were to move to the new location at Fort Point. The Fort Point location gives us much better public accessibility, much better public visibility as far as the Rosie the Riveter Park, the ferry passengers, the Craneway Pavilion, the Ford plant building, and so on. It's also an area which is served by AC Transit, which our current location is not. The new pier and the associated infrastructure that go along with that pier will be a much more inviting and visitor-friendly location than the current shipyard number 3 is. And so I just want to say thank you to all of the crew members who signed this petition. And I want to close by saying that these crew members put in last year alone, 2025 alone, 15,000 hours, all donated, no paid staff at the Red Oak Victory, 15,000 hours.
Your time has
to make
expired.
the ship a viable attraction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Lyons, followed by Charlie Moran.
Good evening. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Tom Lyons. I'm a resident, small business owner, and most importantly tonight, a board member of the Richmond Museum Association. I'm here today to respectfully ask for your support in voting yes on the feasibility study to relocate the SS Red Oak Victory. The ship is not just a relic of the past, it is the last remaining vessel built right here in Richmond during World War II. It stands as a powerful symbol of our city's history, resilience, and collective spirit that put Richmond on the map during that defining moment in the nation's history. But more importantly, the SS Red Oak Victory is not only about history, it is about community. Every year, the ship serves as a gathering place for residents, families, veterans, and visitors. It hosts educational programs for youth, offering hands-on learning experience that brings history to life in a way no textbook can. It inspires curiosity, pride, and connection, especially for young people who deserve to see themselves as part of a larger story. Location is critical to the ship's long-term success. This feasibility study will help determine the impact of relocating the Red Oak to a higher traffic area near the ferry terminal and within steps of the Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Historic Park. That proximity would be a meaningful upgrade, placing the ship alongside one of Richmond's most visited destinations and increasing access, visibility, and community use. I understand the concerns that these funds could be used more directly to address immediate needs. That concern is valid, but this investment is not in opposition to our community. It is an investment into it. This study is about ensuring that we strengthen a resource that already gives back to Richmond in meaningful ways. By supporting this effort,
Your time has expired.
please vote yes.
Our next speaker is Charlie Moran, followed by Asil Maloney.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charlie Moran. I'm a volunteer on the Red Oak Victory. I'm here today to urge the Council to support the relocation of the SS Red Oak Victory and its current isolated position at Basin 5 to a new home directly adjacent to Rosie the Riveter's World War II Homefront National Historical Park. The Red Oak Victory is not just a boat, it's a monument to Richmond's legacy. Built right here at the Kaiser Shipyard, it is one of only 3 Victory ships left in the world, and the only one that survived of the 747 built in Richmond. However, tucked away at the end of Canal Boulevard, this treasure is often missed by the very people coming to celebrate the city's history. Relocating the ship to the Rosie the Riveter Museum creates a home front campus that makes sense for 4 key reasons. First, economic growth. By placing the ship where the tourists already are, we see a massive increase in foot traffic for both museums. When the museums thrive together, they profit together, ensuring the long-term stability of the historic landmarks. Second, preservation. As one of the last 3 of its kind, the ship is a fragile piece of global history. Bringing it to a high visibility, high traffic area ensures that more people values its existence, making it easier to secure the grants and donations needed for its upkeep. Third, civic pride. The Red Oak Victory belongs next to the museum that tells the story of the men and women who built her, who completed the narrative of the home front way to static. Anyway, moving the Victory ship would be a win for Richmond's history, a win for Richmond's tourism industry, and a win for the city's bottom line.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Asil Maloney, followed by Mark Wasberg.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Osil Maloney. I've been with the ship for 13 years. I've been in the engine room for 11. Thanks to Chief Engineer Greg Blasquez and Robert Ball and Charlie. I trained with them. It took me 5 years to get my fireman and water tender and oiler endorsements. If the vessel was a running vessel, it would have only taken me 6 months. So I'm proud to tell you I'm the only woman that has a merchant mariner credential and a fireman and water tender and oiler endorsement. And so we need to get the ship running to have the trained mariners to continue to have a succession plan to keep these vessels running. Right now, you have the Jeremiah O'Brien Liberty ship that's running. We got the ship running for the first time in 50 years up at Vallejo. Robert Ball and myself, we were in tears when we saw the chief engineer light off that port boiler for the first time and get it certified. This is so important for so many reasons that have already been identified. And thank you so much for your support. And we appreciate if you could please come for a visit and come to our pancake breakfast. And we would just be thrilled to serve you a mimosa, Charlie and I. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg, followed by Claudia Citron.
If it wasn't for these ships, we'd be speaking Japanese and German. It shows the power of the American might in the military that we defeated the Japs and the Germans. So my father sailed those ships from 1941 to 1947. Went to all the major campaigns, the Philippines, and in Europe. I said, this is American treasure. I said, when I look at that Liberty ship, I see the power of one of the most strongest militaries in the world. We'll defeat anybody. Now we're defeating Iran, we're defeating terrorism and hate. And this city council should do everything to support this ship. This ship should be a place where people could see from generations to come. And it's a great thing that this ship was built here in Richmond. Actually, the fastest Liberty ship was built here in Richmond. It only took 4 days to build it. I think it was 4 days and about 24 hours. What they did was they took one part here, one part there, one part here, and they put it all together. Within 4 days, it was out, sailing out in the Pacific or wherever it needed to go. And if you want to be a real true American, you will support this ship. So I want you guys to go over there and look at it. I want you guys to walk through it. Maybe you might think, well, this is a good thing to do. But just remember something. That ship saved America. All right? So just think about how many service people died protecting this country and how many merchant seamen died when they was torpedoed by the Nazis. I used to watch all these war movies. I still watch them. I mean, these Nazis was just picking them off one by one. I mean, they almost lost the fleet. So if you're a true American, I think you support the Red Oak.
Our next speaker is Claudia Citron, followed by Kim Abbott, and our last speaker will be Alan Burns.
So let me start off with, I find it extremely egregious and deceptive from the port to say, well, let's discuss about buying a car, but let's not discuss the price tag. You know it's 100 million to 200 million plus price overrun. Why would you do a feasibility study without actually including the price tag? You know the price tag. And to assume that it will be $1 million income, we know how pickleball worked on the Cranway Pavilion, so this is speculative. I agree with the mayor saying earlier, any spending needs to be put in the context of the entire budget, but the entire budget means knowing that the port building is 100 million to 200 million at least. Plus, the second, that feasibility study is a nice pitch of the Park Service trying to get funding so they can pay their employees and they can hire their employees. It's all about this. It's simple and it's a hard truth. I'm all for the Red Oak victory. I'm all for supporting it. But the whole idea of you to supporting a feasibility study is to move this darn thing. But if you want to move it, there is a budget attached to it. And to exclude the price tag of this when you decide is, I don't even know all the English words for it. I'll let you fill them in. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Kim Abbott? Is that Kim Abbott? Yes. Okay. Alan Burns?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Alan Burns, and I'm the chief docent on the Red Oak Victory. I've been on the ship for 12 years, and I give a lot of tours to both adults and to a lot of kids. Tomorrow, for example, we're getting 30 kids coming from the I forgot the name all of a sudden. Anyway, they're coming from a Sacramento high school. It's going to be fantastic. Last year, they brought 60 kids. What I want to talk about, though, quickly is accessibility and visibility and children. You know where you're located. You know where the National Park Service is located. I'd say about half of the people that come on the ship are referred to us by the National Park Service at the Rosie Center. But a lot of those people don't make it to the ship because they have to have a car and they're willing to drive for 15 minutes and go the 4.5 miles to get to our ship. If our ship is located at Ford Point, close to where the Park Service, the Rosie Center is, it'd be very easy for these kids to walk 4.5 minutes to get to our ship instead of being bused from that 4.5 mile drive. When this other stool came in last year with 60 kids, there's a lot of driving because we have to take half of the kids, take them to the Rosie Center, drive the other half to our ship. They have a tour on the ship, and there are programs at the visitor center. Then the buses have to drive one group over to the other side and the other side to the other venue. So it would be a lot better for the kids as well as better for us if we were moved. Last year, I think in 2025, the Rosie Center had 38,000 visitors. We had, that's 100 a day. We had about 30 a day. So if we were over there and making us get 30% of the people that come
Your time
out,
has expired.
we double our revenue. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, so there are no online speakers?
speakers.
All right. In that case, I would like to start this conversation off because moving the Red Oak Victory Ship was an idea that came to me during the Bloomberg leadership training for our city staff, and we focused on revitalizing the port. So in order to revitalize the port, we need that space. So the Red Oak Victory Ship must move for us to make use of the port the way the port should be used. So the question is, do we send it to the scrapyard or do we help find a home? I wanted to help find a home. So I came up with the idea of moving it over next to the ferry building, next to the Rosie the River Museum, so that they could increase their patronage and increase the amount of money that they made. Now, I know that right now, they're basically getting the space for free. And if they moved, that would probably be the same thing, but they would be making more money and able to begin paying the rent. Another idea that I had, we had officials from South Korea come to the city of Richmond. They wanted to buy the Red Oak Victory Ship. They wanted to buy it so that they could fix it up for their historic museum because a victory ship actually helped them during the Korean War, and they wanted to salute that, to celebrate that. So my idea when they came was to share the ship. They were willing to tow the ship to South Korea, fix it up into mint condition, and share it 6 months versus 6 months in South Korea, 6 months in Richmond. So if we did that, it would free up that landing for other ships to use, and we could collect rent from other ships during those 6 months. We also could create 2 special days in the city of Richmond. When the ship leaves, we would have a ship leaving celebration. When the ship came back, we would have another homecoming celebration. This would be extravaganzas celebrating the Victory Ship and what the Victory Ship means to the city of Richmond. I toured the Victory Ship. I saw what a wonderful ship it is and how important it is. And I also saw the opportunity for training youth on these trips to South Korea, back from South Korea. We could use that as training grounds for our new maritime populations. We need young people to invest themselves in the maritime industry, and this would be a good way to do it. So those are the reasons why I support this 100%. So other speakers? Okay, Councilmember Bana?
Thank you, the presenters, and thank you very much, everyone, talking about your experience. I'm very touched, very impressive, the amount of work you have put into the ship and the passion you have for it. I really care a lot about the history. I had been to San Francisco to see the submarine there. I never knew about Red Oak Victory until I became a city council member. And then I was invited, and my husband and I have been there for pancake breakfast a couple of times and been there. Just wanted to let you know, a friend of mine went to Europe and sent a picture of them in a very expensive hotel that used to be, it's a historic building, used to be a prison. And I'm thinking if we move the ship, it can be a nice hotel, you know, at least some rooms of it, and people would be interested. It's a nice location. And I urge some of you to please stay and listen to the next item. It could also be a community resiliency center. The current one that we have costs $30 million, and it's still more money. But it's there.
Excuse me, I want to interrupt you just for a tidbit. When I was there, I learned that the Red Oak Victory Ship has a radio that is usable. So in an emergency, that would be a perfect place for a resiliency center. I just wanted to highlight that.
Awesome. Thank you for information. So, yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. Actually, before I was hesitant and I was thinking, you know, why we could spend the money on other things. But I don't have any question. I'm just excited about it. And yeah, especially thinking it also could be a community resiliency center, all that money that instead of going to building one, a portion of it could be into maybe fixing it. Thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for residents coming and advocate for that. I just have a couple of questions. We are going to pay for this report, and the report, one of the things is the goal is to move the ship, right? And I agree that it will be better if we put it in a location that more people can access to. How much money will cost to move it? Because last time what I heard it was that to build the deck will cost over $20 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in the last presentation in early February, we talked about the cost. The estimated cost presented in the staff report was 16 to 20 million. So we recognize it's a major undertaking. There would have to be a fundraising effort and some allocation of who is going to fund that move. We are not stating that the port will fund that move. We're not stating that the city would fund that move. But we've had the discussion with Mayor Martinez, our Congressman Garamendi, the Red Oak Victory Ship, and in order to advance the discussion about how to raise those funds or how to generate those funds, the intention of this initial study was to just give us a more accurate figure and essentially sort of a roadmap of how to progress. And then the funding part, yes, that would have to be determined before there was any final decision to move the ship.
Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, we might have this study, but I think I want to come back with a commitment. I think if Representative Garamendi is advocating for that, I see one of his staff here advocating for that. I think like he should be advocating for getting us the $20 million of the total cost, because I feel like the city it will be in a difficult situation. I don't think like we can commit to move that and to put all the money. And as particularly, we were discussing the Craneway Pavilion to bring it back, and many people were talking about why we wanted to get it back when it was costing us so much money, and now we want to move this without thinking about the cost of that. So I just want to make sure that this council is aware of the cost of moving this, and that the commitment is for, I hope, Garamendi's office to bring significant resources for that to be able to happen and be a reality. Because if they are counting that we are going to put all that money, I don't know if this council will vote for it, since they already voted not to bring the Craneway back to the city because it was too costly. So I just want to make sure that what we are committing is realistic, and that it happened, because at the end of the day, what we want is that the ship move, and the investment that it needs to happen is there. But I think it's also be clear that we cannot undertake all that responsibility.
No, I understand. And two quick comments. So Congressman Garamendi is very supportive of the port overall and in general. As you may know, he recently was releasing or seeking applications for community project funding. That funding could be used for infrastructure and other projects. It could not be used in support of nonprofit groups. But the port submitted an application to use that funding for some wharf repair at berth 5 and 6, adjacent to the Red Oak building. Our application has advanced within Congressman Garamendi's office, so it hasn't been finalized, but the congressman and his staff are very supportive of the project we submitted and helping to fund that.
Is that project, is this project, like, are we going to build with that project
No. The project funding available today would be used for infrastructure. We would use it for the wharf remediation at berth 5. The reason I mention this is just to highlight Congressman Garamendi's support of the port and his interest in helping to support.
I agree, and I think it's great, but one thing is upgrading the port infrastructure that we need, and how these competing resources are going to be between the port and other things, like building a new infrastructure for the ship.
Right, understood. And then the second comment I would make is with a better understanding of the cost and the time frame and the parameters. Again, I'm not stating who would pay for it, but we would work collaboratively with our friends at the Richmond Museum Association. We would probably lean on them to be the party leading the initiative to determine the funding.
Yeah, because I think like what we are approving here is a study, and we
Correct.
had been funding a lot of studies, and then nothing happened. So what I am pushing for is just to have clear and real plan that comes to us with the money and who is going to pay. And what I am talking is that potentially we cannot afford to pay for all of these. If we have other priorities, we have $200 or something million that we had to spend to make the port 21st century port. So I think that is what I am, like, I don't want that the community feels that because we approve this tonight to move it, then it's a done deal that is going to be moved, and it's going to be a lot of work. And I expecting if Congressman Garamendi is advocating and pushing us for doing that, that then he recognized that he has to be part of funding this so we can actually make it happen. Thank you.
I understand.
In my conversations, the Richmond Museum Association is not under the impression that this means that the city will build a new space for them. They know that this is just a study, and it's to help us understand what it takes to move them to another place. And I think the other thing that we seem to not keep in mind is that the Red Oak Victory ship needs to move. So it's going to move. It needs to move for us to revitalize the port. And I consider this as part of the revitalization of the port. Okay, so Councilmember Wilson?
Yes, thanks. Can you put the slide back up with the revenue projections? Is that, do I have to yell at KCRT? There we go, sorry, okay. So the estimate you have here for visitors is 20 to 30,000 for the first 3 years at $20 a visitor. With so that would be a revenue of $400,000 to $600,000 per year. Is that what the estimate is from visitors?
That's correct.
Okay, what is that based on? That what how did you calculate that?
Yeah, this analysis, as I mentioned, came from the folks at the Red Oak Victory. So
Can maybe we speak to?
Mark
is
may
that
be
okay?
able to chat
I
on
just would
this.
like to show your work. If you can show your work of how. I do need the slide though.
KCRT, can you put that the
find
slide?
it. Those stats came from the visitorship. We can't get a real number from Rosie the Riveter, but it came from anywhere from 70 to 100,000. Is that about right? Since the pandemic? I mean, before the pandemic and slowing the visitors, because I took 20,000 visitors. I mean, now the Rosie the Riveter is free. All right, half of those people that we get from there come over to the Red Oak Victory, and so interpolating, we're going to get probably 20,000 for that. The first year, if 50, 60, or even less, 48, 50,000 people go, we're probably going to get half of those visitors. So that's 400,000. The ship's stores.
Wait, before you move on to the stories, but I'm gonna challenge something about your assumption. I think what you said is true, is the Rosie the Riveter Museum, a person can go there for free.
That's right.
And I think I would not assume that such a large percentage of the people who visit a free museum would then spend $20 to visit the associated ship. And
Well,
I guess
well, they
it
come
seems-
over to the Red Oak Victory and pay the money to get in. And so this is actually, I think this is kind of in the ballpark. We're going to be making 400 to 600, maybe $1 million, because store sales are usually 25% of a museum's. So you put those together, then we have events, and then we have fundraising. As Charles said, it's going to take 5 years, and that fundraising is going to start as soon as we get some approval that we're going to move forward.
Okay, so thank you for answering the questions. And I guess maybe this is a question for the port director. is this normally the way, like, I appreciate that he's making the best estimates he can, and I appreciate you being
Well,
transparent.
I have a little background on this. I was the CEO of the USS Hornet, all right? We get annually 40,000, 45 because of our location.
Mhm.
If we were over in San Francisco, the Hornet's revenue is about 3.5 to 4 million a year.
Okay.
If we were in San Francisco, it'd be over 50 million. Location makes a difference.
Okay.
All
So
right?
does the port sign off on these numbers? Like, do you agree with the analysis here?
Yeah, no, I don't have the, all the detailed analysis. We didn't undertake the study. We asked for that input from the Red Oak Victory.
Okay.
And at the last council meeting, when we moved this forward, I advocated a demographic study just to come and see exactly what the ballpark figure would be.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. So I agree with, and actually, my questions for you are done, so you can return. My questions for you are done, so you can
Okay,
go
thanks.
back to your seat. Thank you. So I share the concern with one of the public commenters today that I don't see a path. Oh, let me back up. Last time that this came to council, I remember saying that though I think the ship is really cool, and I actually am very touched by the passion and the dedication that the volunteers, many of whom have been doing this for decades, clearly have. Before I'm ready to say, let's spend $300,000 on a study for moving it, I wanted to be told at least a possible funding path that would allow the port to pay for the creation of the new wharf, which, as you said, would be between 16 million and 20 million. And although I guess I don't have enough information to know whether it is realistic that moving the ship will result in $1 million a year in revenue. If I remember correctly, the largest amount that Congressman Garamendi mentioned, and it wasn't a commitment, it was just a number that was floated in conversation, was less than 5 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that leaving, what I'm seeing is a $15 million gap in the construction of the wharf, and then the ongoing costs of maintaining and operating that ship, maybe that would be covered. Maybe that would be covered by what was coming in. And I hear what you're saying, that you want us to sign off on the study so that we can go out and find out if someone will fund this. But I feel like what I was hoping to have in this presentation was a list of, here are some organizations or individuals or federal funds that go towards this sort of project. And in the absence of that, I don't have a lot of confidence that I think we're going to end up spending $300,000 to reach a conclusion that I'm sort of reaching tonight, is that people love this ship, but nobody's coming forward to pay for it. And I don't think it's the Port of Richmond that should close that gap on paying. So I know it's not a popular decision in this room, but I'm not comfortable putting forth the $300,000 for the study tonight.
Sure, I understand. I think and I understand your request, and we did discuss that in February. I think before someone puts their name on potential funding, they need, the group collectively has to do some homework and some framework about what they would be investing in, how much it would cost, what the path forward or what that journey would look like. So that's the way I look at it, but I do understand your question and comment.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for a presentation. I have been to the ship many years, even prior to being elected. I love going in and getting in line and having my little ticket to get the breakfast, and then listening to the music, and then just getting lost in the ship, because there's so many different great places to go and explore, and then you see all the pictures and the history. And as I was waiting my turn, I went to go look up a little bit more of the ship's history. And on the website, and I have a question here in a minute, but I just want to share this here. The ship was decommissioned in 1946, and then it was brought back on in 1947. carrying emergency grain shipments to Pakistan and India. And then it was brought back again in the 1950s for the Korean conflict. And that's just telling me this ship has always been there for our various communities, ready to go, ready to help. And I think the least that we can do is try to pay that back to this ship who was there in our community and for all of our communities year after year, and it was there whenever we called upon it. For the port director, in the presentation, it lists adequate parking. I want to make sure that I understand parking, because in that area, we have parking in different locations. We have what we call the WIDA parking, right, for the ferry. And then we've got other parking. Can you explain, when we're discussing adequate parking, where is that located?
Yes. So the first thing I'll say is the predominance of visitors are probably on the weekend, and there's plenty of parking in that area on the weekend. We certainly have received the question and comment about parking in the area, and again, this is of the projects we're working on. This is a longer-term journey project, so we have to evaluate the Monday to Friday parking. Both for the ship's crew that volunteers and comes during the weekdays, and the visitors that come on the weekday. Yeah, so I don't have an immediate answer for that, but we know it's one of the elements that needs to be studied under this program.
Thank you. I think that would be very, very important, as we are all trying to, we just had the conversation about the Craneway, trying to also figure out parking for that. So everyone's trying to use, and there's only so much space. So that's going to be a big component of this here as well. But I know that we've got lots of time. The first step is to study or not to study. My next question here, the lease, can you remind me, how long is the lease at Berth 5 left for? How many more years do we have on it?
Where they are now is in Basin 5. There were 3 5-year renewals on that lease. So the next renewal is in 2028. They can renew for 5 years, so that would take them to 2033, and that's the term end of the current lease, 2033.
Perfect, thank you. And then after that, I know it's been mentioned, but they may not have a home anymore if we decide to not lease it anymore.
Yeah, we would have to cross that bridge in the coming years. Yes.
Thank you. And then, about how much money is the Congressman's office providing for the community funding?
I requested $5 million. I understand I will not get that much, so we'll have to see. I think he has 13 million, but other constituents and organizations that are competing for that funding.
And I also understand it's somewhat tied to whoever sits at the presidency. So if that was changed, we potentially get a couple more bucks.
But yeah, potentially, the environment would be different. I'll say that the community project funding is coming from the same bucket of funds that we're receiving, the PDIP, the Port Infrastructure Development. Some of the funds and the $480 million allocated under MARAD and Department of Transportation is allocated across all congressional members. So they have some discretionary spending on where they spend that money. And my understanding is I think the congressman has about 13 million.
Perfect, thank you for that. And I was also questioning sort of the numbers that was in the presentation, telling us how much they potentially could make. So I went and I looked into the other ships, and this is a really good business. The other ship is making $1.28 million, and the majority of it is just in people coming in. And it is about location, because who wants to drive all the way around to the other side, right? I know it's District 2, but it's on all the way on the other side.
What ship is that?
This is the Liberty ship. I'm sorry, the SS, well, it's Liberty ship, the SS Jeremiah.
Okay.
According to their annual reports in 2024, they made $1.28 million. The Victory ship, ours, made, according to this here, a little bit over $500,000. The U.S. Hornet made 2.5. Granted, the U.S. Hornet is in San Francisco, so they see a lot more people. But I think, or actually, it's not Alameda. Thank you. The other one's in San Francisco. Thank you. So I think giving it the opportunity to be seen by more people, I could see how those numbers could increase, because you're going to see a lot more eyes, a lot more accessibility. And then there's more routes. AC Transit mentioned earlier that they might be cutting some routes, so I doubt we're going to have a new route going to that other side. But I think that I've been in support of this, and I will continue being in support of it, especially hearing the volunteers every time I go onto the ship. And I had the opportunity to get a tour. And again, I mentioned this last time as well, that the ship cannot be turned on because of the soot that it could be releasing and damaging the new cars. And from what I understand from the volunteers, nobody's really volunteering to fix a ship that can never be turned on. So we want to move it to a place that it can be turned on, and then it could go onto the water, and we can rent it out or do other stuff. That's where some of the other ships make a lot of their money. The Jeremiah, during Fleet Week, it makes $150,000 just that weekend alone because of the tours and people coming into it. So I think there's the opportunity there. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for answering those questions, because those were the questions that I had from last time of not having the consensus from the board, not being totally committed, just saying that they're in support. And so I was like, well, why should we spend this amount of money on a study if you're not in support? But it seems like you all created a more comprehensive outline here in tonight's presentation, as well as more supporters and just a broader understanding of the significance of this report. It's not just like a typical report, but it's a report that's going to lead to potentially garnering more funding. And I just think from just hearing everything that happened today, this evening, and as well as everything that Councilmember Zepeda mentioned, that this is historical. So it goes beyond just being an ordinary ship. It has so much significance. And so I don't doubt for a second that you all will be able to obtain the funding to support your efforts. And I think there's a lot of time too on the clock in order to do so. And so what I have to ask about the funding, so I know you mentioned that it's port funding, so it's not like it's a hit to the general fund. Is this something that will negatively impact the port funding in any type of way?
No, it will not. And a few months ago, we also presented the Port Enterprise Fund financial plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you understood from that plan that the port's in a healthy financial condition. I think it's well managed, and there's a little bit more of a spotlight on it now than there has been in years past, which is good. And I often mention the number of projects that we're working on. Some are near term, medium term, and long term.
Right.
This project we're discussing tonight's a near term project, but really it's potentially parlays into a longer term project. That's in alignment with the mayor's comment about transforming the port and utilizing the port down the road for other purposes and more productive and revenue-generating purposes.
Right. Thank you so much. And also, it's just, it's very disheartening to hear the mayor say that if we don't move this ship, then it's going to go somewhere. And so for it to be coupled with other in a historical way where, it could be further utilized and more exposure. And of course, I believe that the numbers will definitely increase if you don't have to take that long drive, because it is discouraging once you finally leave Rosita River. It's like, oh, okay. So I'm definitely in support of supporting moving this study forward so you all can get to work and on what really matters. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add one related comment, and one of the speakers alluded to the fact that with the more visibility, it's not just more visitors, but more participants and volunteers will see and can get an interest in the ship.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing's guaranteed, but just, the level of commitment of the volunteers and staff folks here today that's committed 15, 20 years into into the SHIP is commendable within itself. So thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Maybe Dre can go. She
Okay.
has this question.
Yes, okay.
A quick question. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. The money that would be used to do the study is port funds, is not general funds.
Correct. It will be coming from the Port Enterprise Fund.
So it wouldn't be available to use for any of the myriad of things that we need in the city.
No.
Yeah.
The Port Enterprise Fund remains distinct from the general fund. And the Port Enterprise Fund is funded by our activities at the port, our leasing and terminal operating agreements. And it can only be used for port-related projects.
Mm-hmm. And I guess as the corporate director, you're bringing this forward and you personally think that from your vantage point, that is something that's good for the port to investigate. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I think I am in support of studying it, but I want to make sure that when you bring back this, you have a clear path on how this is going to be funded. And a clear path that is also not competing with resources. I think like you say that it's not competing, but if you are going to ask for grants or for money to reinforce or do something in the port, will that be competing with, like, if you need the money for building the space to get the relocation, and then we need money for the port to reinforce the port, to do other things, will that be a competition in resources?
I'm not 100% clear on the question, but let me comment on the first on one item that came to mind as you were speaking. This project to study is sort of separate and distinct from actually having a funding plan. So this study we're going to undertake isn't going to define or make a commitment around the funding plan. It's going to give us again a roadmap, a preliminary design, a cost estimate of moving the ship and creating the infrastructure to hold the ship. The initiative by the interested parties to pursue funding to make that move is separate and distinct from this project. So I want to be clear that this project is not going to outline who is funding and how much they're committing to the fund.
Okay, so it's an study, and then it will eventually have the money or not.
Right. So it's Councilmember Wilson.
Well, I can tell from public comment I'm in the minority here, but I just want to make sure that the record is correctly reflecting a couple of things. Councilmember Zepeda listed some very large numbers that other ships and other cities make, but as revenue. But I want to just sort of say what's been reported to us is the number 1.2 million in this presentation, and not those large numbers, and even those numbers are questionable. I also want to clarify that Congressman Garamendi has lots of money that he allocates, but he has not made a commitment to allocate any money to this project.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I make a motion to pass the item?
Yes, you may.
I'll second.
Okay. So the motion is to approve a contract with LifeTech Consultants Incorporated in the amount of $299,797 for planning and preliminary design of the relocation of the Red Oak for a term ending June 30th, 2027.
Can I do a quick question on the date for clarification, point of order? I know that this was continued since February. Is June 30th, 2027 still a good end date, or do we need to push that? Are they making up the time?
No, yes. We chose the end of the financial year in the previous part of this process to give us some cushion, and we still have cushion to complete this project.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Wilson voting no.
Thank you.
Our next item is item Q6, to receive a presentation from leading experts, the UC Berkeley Seismology Lab, Berkeley Center for Smart Infrastructure, Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, Emergency Community, and West Contra Costa Fire Safety Council. How many speakers? We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
They speak now or after the item? I thought they would speak after the presentations. Thank you, everyone. May I ask the presenters to be here, and may I ask KCRT to please make sure those who are presenting on Zoom have access to mic. And start the slides, please. Thank you. So I would like to start by saying that the Rocky, David, and Diane, you may want to take your seats. Yes, other presenters will be on Zoom. A couple of weeks ago, 2 council members and myself, along with the fire marshal, his deputy, our library director, someone from the Public Works, had a visit to Harbor Hall Community Resiliency Center that has been established by Pogo Park. Community Resiliency Center is where, after an earthquake, the community may go to receive food, shelter, access to power, and everything. So I would like to continue that discussion after the presentation to see why it's so important. It's not just a phobia that some people have from a possible earthquake. It's absolute science. I've been in touch with some UC Berkeley researchers and scientists for months preparing for this presentation. So may I ask Suresh Raman and Sierra Boy to please start your presentation. KCRT, could you please start the slides? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Suresh. I'm with the Berkeley Seismology Lab, along with Sarah, my colleague. And yes, California is all that it is cracked up to be. We're going to talk about the earthquake hazard on the Hayward Fault in particular. The next slide, please. So we have myself and Sarah. Sarah is the seismologist with the lab. She's been there for a long time, so she can answer really tough questions about seismology. I am a engineering lead for the MyShake earthquake early warning application. Next slide, please. These are some quick facts. You will most likely know this. These are the major earthquakes that people are aware of in California. The biggest one is 1906, 7.9. Loma Prieta is a famous one, but the most expensive one was 6.7, the smaller one of those, but it was the most expensive earthquake in the US. And there have been 7 such similar earthquakes, similar to the Northridge earthquake, or bigger than that in the last 30 years. So you can imagine an earthquake like that happens maybe every 4 years, somewhere in California. Next slide, please. So this is the next set of slides, simply going to introduce some terminology when we talk about earthquakes. There's 2 major things we say when we talk about earthquakes. The shaking intensity, this is what people feel, and this is what will cause the damage to buildings. And then there is the magnitude, which is a measure of the absolute power of the earthquake. So next slide, please. The shaking intensity scale, right, also called the modified Mercalli intensity, or the MMI scale for short, again describes the shaking or the damage. So this is a scale from 1 to 10. It's described here. I will bring your attention to basically the larger numbers, 8, 9, and 10, right? So starting from 8, you have considerable damage to buildings. 9 is worse, and 10 is, of course, complete destruction. So I will point out the scenario under which we can expect to see MMI 8 or above for Richmond. I will do that later. So next slide, please. The other measure of the earthquake is the absolute power of the earthquake. This is the energy released by an earthquake. So this is like a bomb that goes off, the amount of energy that's released. So that is the what we call as the moment magnitude scale. We're used to calling that as a Richter scale, but it's technically not true anymore. It's a different scale. And go ahead and advance the slide to maybe reveal only the final part of this. Oh, maybe you can go back one, please. Can you go back one? Okay, it got. Okay, never mind. Go back to the slide. Thank you. Okay, just stay here. I'm sorry. It's kind of the animation got a little bit jumbled here. So, but just to make it short, the magnitude represents the energy release of the earthquake, and that is a physical property, which is, you can think of it basically if the fault is like this, where two plates are trying to move. When you try to move them apart, you will feel a little deformation happening in your palm, and that is the rigidity measure that is mentioned in the equation. And then when it finally does slip a little bit, the area of contact, which is the area of the palm, that's a second measure, and the amount by which it slipped, that is a third measure. So putting those together, you get the magnitude of the earthquake. The rest of the numbers here are basically to make it align with the original Richter scale, which everybody is aware of. So that's basically a FYI about how the earthquake magnitudes measure. Next slide, please. Now go ahead and reveal everything. I gotta try to make up the time. Oh, can you go back? Did it reveal the whole slide? Okay, it's supposed to reveal the other part as well. So then never mind this, we'll move on, okay? Next slide, please. So I talked about the MMI, the shaking intensity, and then I talked about the magnitude. Now ignore all this equation stuff here, just look at the table that's presented. For an earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher, we can expect an MMI shaking of 8 or higher. Okay, so that's kind of the main message from this slide. So we can relate the earthquake magnitude to the maximum shaking intensity we can expect. And let's move on. Next slide, please. Now we talk about the Hayward fault. So the Hayward fault, this is outlining the major history of the fault. The last notable earthquake was a 5.8, which was probably a late aftershock of the previous magnitude 7 earthquake that happened in 1868. It was a pretty long time ago. According to the data that we have information about the last 6 major earthquakes on this fault. They happened, in a pretty broad span of interval between 95 and 183 years, an average of 150 years. Now we're currently at 157 years. So are we due? Yeah, it certainly appears so. Next slide, please. This is a committee that came together to create very scientific fault rupture models for all faults throughout California. I'll just cut to the chase here. So next slide, please. And one more. So yeah, all the scientific minds that took into facts the existing faults, the slip rates, and so on, predicted a probability of 32% for a rupture at the Hayward-Rogers Creek fault together. So if either of those faults rupture, we could have big shaking in Richmond. And the prediction for that, the probability is 32% for a magnitude 6.7 or larger earthquake before the year 2044. So this is hard science. Okay, so remember that number. Let's move on. So we talked about, so the previous slide was showing you the probability of a big earthquake that could affect Richmond. And then there's another committee that came together and did a composite of probabilities of any earthquake that could occur, that could affect Richmond. And next slide, please. According to their assessment, which focused primarily on shaking, right? So you could go to the website I listed earlier in the earlier slide and do this yourself. The shaking hazard for Richmond is what you see on screen over here. It's 8 or 9, MMI 8 or MMI 9. So considerable damage or substantial damage. So this is their prediction for what Richmond could experience as a shaking hazard in the next within a long time frame, but you never know when it's going to happen. So that is the problem with earthquake prediction. Next slide, please. Richmond also had liquefaction susceptibility. Liquefaction is when the soil cannot hold the weight of any building. So the building would essentially sink into the soil like quicksand. So the liquefaction susceptibility for parts of Richmond, it is very high as well. So next slide, please. I come to the end. Now I think there are other presentations, so we could, I don't know, if we're going to do them all, if you're going to cut for questions now. So
Thank you very much. Let's move on and then have all the questions at the end, if you may. I would like to invite Professor Kenichi Soga of Berkeley Center for Smart Infrastructure to please join us.
Yeah, Sohila, thank you very much. I'm Kenichi Soga. I'm a professor of civil and environmental engineering at UC Berkeley. And first of all, thank you very much for having me at this council meeting. Is there a slide that you can show? Shall I show my slide? Oh, there we go. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm the director of Berkeley Center for Smart Infrastructure, which you see in the middle as a logo. And the reason why I'm very excited to present here is that actually our center is situated in Richmond Field Station, which is in the city of Richmond. So we do large-scale experiments and then test a variety of things under large deformation during earthquake or after earthquake. And we really want you to come over and see our lab and see the experiments that we do. Our center is really a partnership between infrastructure owners, academia, industry, regulators, and local governments to address our most pressing challenges, such as aging infrastructure, climate change, water supply and natural resources, and emergency and community preparedness. We work closely with East Bay Mud, where your water comes from, PG&E, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Caltrans, and other agencies. We would like to work with Port of Richmond, so that would be great to work with. But what I really want to say is what we also do, not only physical testing of our infrastructure, but we also do many simulations. And Suresh kindly sort of introduced what the Hayward fault earthquake will happen. What you see on the left is a road network of the Bay Area. There are 7.5 million people living in the Bay Area. Every there's a 15 million trips. We can model every 15 million trip, move the cars around every day, and see if the Richmond bridge become not functional after an earthquake, what's going to happen to the traffic, and how can we recover, and what are the things that we have. We work with Caltrans. What are the bridges are important? Ensure that community has access to hospitals or fire station or police station immediately after an earthquake. What you see on the right is a water network. It's a East Bay Mud water network. City of Richmond is getting water from East Bay Mud. We simulate pipeline damage when the earthquake happens on the Hayward Fault. What's going to happen to the pipeline systems? And then we do a simulation of how many people will not get water, and then what are we going to do? And these are things that we look at immediately after an earthquake, what may happen, and make sure that we have a mitigation or reinforcement of our infrastructure to cope with such a large earthquake that may potentially happen, as Suresh mentioned earlier. The issue is that many organizations will look at their own systems, but local government like Richmond really need to look at what is system of systems, how the systems come together, and then how we recover together. So if you go to the next slide, this is not Richmond, but this is Alameda Island case. What we do is that we look at if a Hayward earthquake happens, what will going to happen to the building. So you can see on the right top, the shaking of the building. The bottom shows ground shaking and what kind of soil liquefaction we'll have in terms of ground movements and what kind of damage that buildings in Alameda Island will have. At the same time, road will get blocked or road will be damaged, and then water network will be damaged as well. So the question is, how do we recover to what we call functional recovery? How long it will take? What are the supply and demand in terms of goods or people to make the Alameda Island back to what we call functional before the earthquake happens? So if you go to the next slide, what we do is we simulate. For example, what you see on the top is some sort of damage state over each building. From the census, we know what kind of building we have on Alameda Island. If there's certain shaking, what are the damage of each building? On the left bottom, we can see how much pipeline is going to break and leak. And then on the right bottom, we see what kind of transportation infrastructure, like bridges and tunnels and roads, will get blocked due to the damage. And then we look at supply and demand of how goods and then labor and for workforce will come back to recover the Alameda Island. It may take 30 days. It may take 150 days. And if you see the next slide, you can see what are the issues that may come up. So if you look at the top on the recovery stage, you see a waiting, rapid infection, financing, contractor mobilization, site preparation, all the things that we need to do to bring it back to the green, which is a functional. You can see that after 150 days, perhaps the pipeline and then the bridges and tunnel may be recovering, as you can see, but we can see the simulation. But the point here is by looking at different systems together, we can see what are the bottlenecks when we want to have a functional recovery. And these are things that we do at Center for Smart Infrastructure. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Soga. KCRT, could you please advance? May I ask our CERT and emergency communication experts here, Diane Richmond and David Swanson, continue the presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm David Swanson, and this is my wife Diane, and this is Rocky Sanders from Brickyard Cove. We're long-term residents of Richmond, and we've been working at disaster preparedness for more than 20 years since the beginning of this CERT development. I just want to instill some sense of urgency among the members here and of all the people in Richmond of what's coming. You got a general idea from the seismologists. There's the people that know what's coming. They've measured everything and they've timed everything and they have a really good idea of what's going to happen. And it's going to be very serious. People can't get enough effort behind them to do this because they underestimate what's going to happen. It's a huge, devastating, once-in-a-lifetime event that's going to be critical for the city of Richmond and other cities. But we're going to focus on Richmond because we have unique problems here. The amount of devastation we're going to face, especially financial, the ruination of the city, how we're going to recover, how long it will take, much money it will take. The more we're prepared now, the more work we do now, the less it will cost for recovery, and the sooner the recovery will happen. And hopefully, the fewer injuries will happen. As you can see on this slide here, this is an earthquake that happened here. And it did happen, when it happened was 1989. And when our earthquake will happen on the earthquake Hayward Fault, we can all say very soon. That's all we can say. And we will all know when it happens. It'll be a shocking thing. All these lights are going to go out. We're going to be devastated for weeks. But the initial process, next slide, is the recovery process. After all this damage, how long it will take to save lives, how we're going to train people. And the more we train now, the less it'll cost in the recovery, and the more lives will be saved. Next slide. As you can see, by another earthquake that happened in 1906, all these people are standing around watching their city being destroyed. We don't want to be in that situation. We want our city to recover as fast as possible. So we need to organize now and plan now and put some money into the effort ahead of time. There's always been a lot of work done already, but these people, as you see standing around in this city, are watching their city being destroyed because they don't have any training, they don't have any communication skills, and they don't know what to do. So they just lost their city. Next slide. We train in the city of Richmond for emergency communications. That's one of the first things that falls apart and will fall apart right after the earthquake. Your cell phone won't work, your internet's not going to work. You've got to talk to somebody. You've got to have instruction on how to use handheld radios, and we train exclusively for communication, for two-way communications. Next slide. We also, the CERT classes are really, if anyone can take CERT in their neighborhood, I suggest it. It's a process that's really worthwhile, and these people standing behind me, sitting behind me, have made a volunteer effort, paid all the work that they do for themselves. It's all volunteer, and they made the effort to be CERT trained. You get training in search and rescue, medical, search, communications, and shelter and special needs, all these things you need to help to recover the earthquake immediately after the disaster, because you'll be alone after the disaster. The help won't be coming from the city services, fire, police. It'll be days before you see people come to help you, because it's going to be so widespread, like they say, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. Everybody's in the same boat here at the same moment. So we're going to have to retain, we're planning on surviving on our own in our own neighborhoods. That's what CERT is about, to teach people to survive on their own in their own neighborhoods and get teams formed together. Next slide. This is an example of a location called an incident command post in neighborhoods. All neighborhoods should have a meeting place to go to right after the earthquake. You should all decide this on your own, in your own personal neighborhoods, where that's going to be, so that you can group up and function in your neighborhood to take care of each other and take care of anyone that's injured, help to put out fires, and do the search and rescue yourselves. There needs to be more training for this. This is an example of an incident command post on the left with a ham radio operator in it that can communicate with the Emergency Operations Center in downtown Richmond. There's a map on the right of the some of the established incident command posts throughout the city of Richmond we have now. We're woefully behind in this. We need 10 times as more neighborhoods to be set up and ready to go. Next slide. This is an example of the flow chart for the communications flow chart from the neighborhoods. You see these teams on the bottom will be the teams going out from the incident command post, which is your neighborhood area location that you've decided ahead of time to operate from. And those teams, the search and rescue, the medical teams, will call back on what are called FRS radios with the information to get into the incident command post. If the incident command post decides that there's a fire, we can't put it out in the neighborhood, we're going to have to call for help from the city. We'll use the ham radios to call to the Emergency Operations Center in downtown Richmond. And thanks to the help of a lot of people in Richmond, including our great Mayor Martinez, who helped get the antenna installed on the City Hall. We have now an operating radio at the EOC, and we have an antenna on top of the City Hall building. So we can communicate directly with all the neighborhoods throughout Richmond that have ham radios in their incident command posts. And that's where all the information, the damage reports, all the status reports can come into this fire department immediately after the earthquake, as soon as people can staff their neighborhoods. And that way the fire department will know where the biggest disaster is, where the worst problems are within a short period of time. Because the city is quite widespread and the fire department is woefully understaffed, and compared to a huge event like this, they'll be very They'll be going to the worst areas first. Most of the neighborhoods will not see firemen for days. So the sooner we get a hold of the firemen, let them know what the situation is in our neighborhoods, the better. Next slide. This is sort of the flow of command for communications that they've established throughout the state. It starts at the incident command post level on your left. This is the field teams reporting to their incident command posts all the problems and taking care of themselves in their neighborhoods. This is the key to survival for Richmond, or the incident command posts and the neighborhood organizations. So everyone in their neighborhood should be responsible for themselves in this aspect. The next level is up to the city hall, where what's actually the emergency operations center is the basement of city hall, and that's where the communication goes back and forth by ham radio to them. Further on, the city will take care of trying to get communications to the county, and the county, if they can't handle the situation, if they need more help, they'll call out to our outside region and further on to the state for help. Next slide. This is the most important thing to help reduce the cost and the devastating loss to the city after the earthquake. If we prepare now and we can recover quickly, the losses will be much reduced. So what we need from the city, with the help of Sahila Bana, is to get a budget going to help with supplies for this neighborhood incident command post, caches of equipment, such as tents, cots, medical supplies, radio equipment. Also, more training needs to be done. The CERT training is a great opportunity, but it's not going to cover everyone. Anyone can be a responder. In fact, you all will be first responders right after the earthquake, because right after the earthquake, you'll be going out of your house and everybody will come out in the street, and you'll all have to take care of yourselves. So you'll be the first responders. So the more training you get, the sooner you get it, the more organized you are, the less loss in lives and property. So we need more money for emergency training throughout the city of Richmond. And the incident command post structure is the main focus of this whole structure. So with more money, we could get supplies and more training for the city of Richmond, regardless of whether they're CERT trained or not. So we can go there. Next slide. You see this map here is some of the incident command posts located we have now, but we need much more than this. And their neighbors helping neighbors and communicating with each other is critical. And we train in those classes, and we'll need more training, but there has to be more funding for that purpose. Next slide. Okay, and the sooner we do this, the better. Remember, this is you have to have some kind of a sense of urgency that this is really going to happen. It's really going to happen, and it's really going to be serious. It'll be a shock and surprise to everybody, and everybody will have to be ready to work on it ahead of time. So at least start thinking about it and planning for it in your own neighborhoods, in your own homes, how to organize. And there's plenty of training available, but we need more money and more professional trainers to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask Roy Saunders, please, from West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council to continue the presentation.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. First and foremost, first of all, my name is Rocky Saunders. I live in Point Richmond, and I am on the board of the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council. I would first like to recognize City Council Member Bana for her steadfast commitment to emergency preparedness. David alluded to that. I've seen it, and I am just amazed, quite frankly, at her steadfast commitment to this subject, and I appreciate that very much. David made a lot of great points, and I'm going to just simply double down on some of these points. Next slide, please. Thank you. First and foremost, as David said, all of us, you, your family, your next door neighbors, and I'll even say your constituents, speaking your language, are first responders. You are the true first responders. No matter the size of the emergency, it doesn't matter whether it's your flat tire on a city street or the big earthquake on the fault. It doesn't matter. You are your first responder. And we love our fire departments and our police departments, and they are our paid first responders, but you are going to be the first one to respond to your emergency. So this philosophy of neighbor to neighbor is essential to support the work that the firefighters do and the work that the police department do during an emergency, and also to support the work that CERT will do. Not everybody's going to want to be a CERT, but everybody should know something about emergency preparedness in your community, because they are the ones who are going to respond, possibly to you, your neighbors. And so the neighbor-to-neighbor philosophy is taking hold in California, thank goodness, and I think it should take hold even in a big way here in Richmond. It's a very simple idea, but we can parallel the work that the fire department is doing. We can parallel the work of CERT, and we can be a full force multiplier, a true force multiplier in your communities during an emergency and during a natural disaster. And this is an all hazards philosophy. It will apply wonderfully in any size of emergency, whether it be the earthquake, a fire, or anything else that happens in your community. So this type of awareness, neighbor-to-neighbor awareness, is essential, and it allows you to have neighbors who are somewhat prepared and somewhat equipped. That is better than not being prepared. And so that they can serve your needs and your neighbor's needs in that golden hour right before, right after the emergency. Next slide. So this is an investment. End-to-end is an investment in the leveraging of your citizenry. It has a broad-based informational and personal benefits. It can deliver disaster response, first aid, coordinated evacuations, effective neighborhood response, etc., just like the CERTs are talking about as well. And also, it would be building community awareness. We have heard many presentations tonight just about that, community awareness and gathering the community together on a purpose. And so this is also about creating an informed citizenry. So investment in end-to-end is an investment in your citizens. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to continue my story of visiting Harbor Hall Community Center after all these facts that you shared with us. Thank you very much. So Harbor Hall is a beautiful, gorgeous hall. It's going to have a kitchen. It has places for us to go and charge our batteries or battery wheelchairs, those kind of devices if an earthquake happens. It has an emergency communication room. The staff are CERT trained, everything, but I notice it does not have water. There is a need for water storage, so I suggested, why don't you have water storage? They hadn't thought about it, maybe. I put them in touch with East Bay Mud. The general manager of East Bay Mud kindly said he'd be willing to visit and take a look and see what they can do. That takes some collaboration from the city too. I would like to invite, our public works director and others to be at the meeting when they visit and discuss, but I cannot. As a council member, I can only take 1 hour of the city staff time, and I already did it during the first hour. So what's the solution? I would like to suggest that our mayor, please appoint an ad hoc committee tonight that look into all these things. What does it take, for example, to have a neighbor-to-neighbor scheme? We have block captains. We have fire-wise communities. We have neighborhood councils, but we do not have that neighbor-to-neighbor planning to help each other.
I need to interrupt you to extend time.
Okay. I move that we extend time.
Until this item is heard, right?
At least
Actually,
until this.
Actually, the the BART people are still here, and.
Yes, they are, Mayor.
I think we should.
The BART director.
We should continue.
you.
Until the end of the next
That-
item.
We had said that they were moving to the next meeting, and then, because we also have
No,
the
they
vendors.
respectfully requested that we hear them this evening, so we passed the mayor a note.
So is the sidewalk vending, or we have staff here for the sidewalk vending ordinance amendments as well as outside council?
And the sidewalk vending is going to take a lot of time. I think to do the sidewalk vending justice, we should move it to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Are there people here for sidewalk vending? Oh.
Yeah,
They've been waiting, and it affects their businesses, so
Yeah.
these are small businesses being affected.
And also, we have a staff transition in the city attorney's office, in the city engineer's team, so he may not be available. Mr. Armijo? So if the council would want to hear both, that would be optimal, if you're so inclined.
Can we speed it up?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Let's.
Can we just move past item to extend the time?
Well, we have to vote on extending time, so let's take that vote.
So we need to vote on extending the meeting, but we need to
I move.
name which items we're going to hear.
Oh,
I
thought we can extend it until 11, right?
So can I make a motion to extend the time, and we're going to do Q1 and Q2, and we must finish our current Q6 within the next 5 minutes, and then Q1 and Q2 with a total of about 10 to 12 minutes each, because then we'll be reaching 11:30, and then we'll be done.
We can only go to 11.
Oh, sorry, till 11, so,
Q6 was moved to another agenda.
no, we're on Q6.
Q6 is what?
The one we're on
Q5 was
now.
moved.
Q1 was moved to another agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're here, so we're going to listen to Q1 because they're here. The mayor wants to hear them. So Q1 and Q2, because we have to hear Q2 because that's the vendor sidewalk. So if we finish Q6 within the next couple of minutes, then Q1, Q2, and we can give, and we're going to 11, sorry, I didn't see the time. So if we're going to 11, then that means we have maybe,
If we go now, we
Extend the
can.
meeting to 11.
50
Take
minutes
the vote.
total divided by the 2.
Can I just move them to extend the meeting to 11?
Yeah, let's just move to extend the meeting to 11, and we'll do what we can do.
Absolutely.
That was my motion.
I move to extend.
I
the
second
meeting.
it.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a move by Councilmember Bonner, a second by Councilmember Brown.
Either way is fine.
Actually, it was moved by Brown and seconded by Bonner.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So to expedite this, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you to please appoint an ad hoc committee. I'm volunteering myself. I'm requesting at least one more council member to volunteer, maybe two. I've talked to the city attorney. It's okay. We can do it.
Okay, well, I would suggest Councilmember Brown for this if Brown is interested.
I will volunteer myself to do that.
Okay. Yes, all right.
The three of us?
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really, oh, we need to take a, oh, it doesn't need a vote. You appoint.
yeah.
Hey, thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
So we'll be working on it and bring suggestions, policy, budget requests to the city council hopefully soon. Thank you very much, third people.
Mayor?
Thank you so much. Thank you for waiting so long. Appreciate it. Thank you, Suresh, and Professor Soga. I really appreciate
Mayor?
your collaboration and staying up.
Mayor?
Good night.
Yes.
I need to confer with Chief Osario regarding the timing of this, if that's okay,
Okay.
given his existing workload and the ALS work that we're moving forward expeditiously. So I'll send an email to the council after I confer with him. Thank you.
One speaker.
Regarding what? This item?
Yes, ad hocs have to have staff liaisons, like somebody has to support the ad hoc.
Yeah, we would like our public works to be our liaison, not fire department, but we can talk about that later.
Okay, thank you.
Come on here.
Come on up.
Our next item is item Q1, and that is to receive a presentation from the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Director regarding BART's recent service improvements and the transit fiscal crisis due to work from home.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Thank you. Thank you.
Turn on your mic, please.
Does that work? Okay, thank you so much. I was going to say good evening, but it's past that. But I appreciate you all having us on the agenda and the opportunity to present today. I'm Bernali Ghosh. I'm one of the board directors, and I represent District 3, which includes Richmond. Many of you on council, we've had briefings with, we've had conversations with, and I think you're familiar with a lot of the information, but we are doing our part to make sure we come to your city. And we know you have a lot on your plate, so we want to make sure you have everything you need to be able to talk to your constituents about what's going on with BART. It's a really critical time for the region and for BART. So before I go into that, just to talk about, if I could have the next slide, what the new BART that we're talking about, that's safer, cleaner, easier to use than ever before. Safety and cleanliness took a real hit during the pandemic, with low ridership, and it continues to be our focus, along with providing reliable and frequent service. Running all new Fleet of the Future trains, the legacy cars are gone, we've doubled our rate of cleaning. The next generation fare gates have brought in a lot of improvements. It's reduced staff time on corrective maintenance within the paid areas of the station. We also have both sworn and non-sworn personnel riding our trains more. And overall crime has plummeted 41% in 2025 compared with the previous year. And the folks who are riding our trains have noticed that our trains are cleaner and safer, and nearly 9 out of 10 of our riders are satisfied with our service. Next slide, please. We're also working on making sure our station improvements are ongoing. BART staff likes to call them glow-ups. So LED lights being installed, these are both for energy efficiency and also to have our stations feel more welcoming. Replacing escalators is ongoing. And we're also, next slide. I left out tap and ride, but have folks had a chance to use your credit card on BART? It's a real improvement, especially, with infrequent riders. You don't have to think so much before you jump on the train. You don't have to spend time like getting a Clipper card. You can just tap. And BART was the first to have it, and now we have it across all the agencies. And then we're doing everything we can to bring people back to the system. So that includes like art and culture activations, whether it was Sketchfest or the Glow Anime festival that happened. We're working on innovative fare products like Bay Pass. This is something that big businesses or institutions can buy into. UC Berkeley students, for example, voted to pay a very small amount, and with the Bay Pass, they can ride all our transit agencies for free after that. And the ridership at downtown station has really shot up. So if you're in contact with folks in your district who have businesses and are wanting to support transit for their riders, especially riders who use many different ways to get to work, not just one agency, but various agencies. Also, we've been paying a lot more attention to how we sync up with other agencies, and this is something that has happened due to the pandemic, trying to reduce transfer times between AC Transit and BART or AC Transit and Caltrain. This is something that agency staff meet at least twice a year to sync up all our schedules. So for the rider, it feels like you're riding one system. You're not scared of like missing the train just because the bus was scheduled to arrive later or earlier. Next slide, please. And everything is kind of going well. However, this doesn't take care of the deficit that we're looking at. And a big part of that is because before the pandemic, before COVID, BART depended on fares to pay about 71% or 2/3 of our service. 71%, that's an unheard of number in the public transit world. The Bay Area, however, still trails behind most major cities in return to office rates, which means our ridership is down, which means our revenue from fares is also down. While total ridership is down, we're still serving the same number of people. They're just taking BART fewer times a week. So 76% of our ridership is back. We know this from Clipper data, but they're maybe only going to work once or twice a week. And that is reflected in why we have the deficit. So fare revenue is down 300 to 400 million compared to the pre-pandemic forecasts. So BART faces a deficit over 370 million per year beginning in the fiscal year 2027. And while we are working and need to continue to grow our ridership and control costs, that is clearly not enough. BART needs a new funding model that is similar to how transit is supported elsewhere. Next slide. Even as we seek funding, BART is focused on running efficient service. We have one of the lowest operating costs per passenger mile for peer transit agencies, and our operating costs are growing below inflation and at the slowest rate of peer agencies. But BART costs are largely fixed, so cutting service produces limited savings. And because a substantial part of our revenue depends on the service we run, if we cut service and we lose ridership, we also lose revenue. So there's not a service cut only scenario that helps us close our budget gap. So the solutions we will discuss combine service, non-service, and revenue related actions. So next slide. One of the things that I'm very happy about is that we also have real accountability at BART. BART is the only Bay Area transit agency that has its own office of the Inspector General. So we have our own auditor. So accountability and oversight are something that both myself and other board directors really care about. I also sit on the audit committee. When it comes to our police, we also have our Office of the Independent Police Auditor. So even as we're increasing presence of police on our BART trains, we are paying attention to the fact that we are watching to make sure that there is independent oversight of the police department. Next slide. Now, there is great uncertainty as we plan for multiple futures. And just to say that this is something that folks might have heard about, because BART is not the only agency that's facing a deficit. So lawmakers in Sacramento recognize the need for a reliable long-term funding source for transit operations. And so what we have as a solution before us is a 5-county sales tax measure that was authorized for the November election. And if approved, it would provide $310 million in operating funds to BART annually. Now, that doesn't help us close our deficit, but we are used to some deficit, being able to manage that and hoping for ridership to continue to increase. But the $310 million would go a very long way in helping BART survive. There was a lot of coverage of the state loan. The state loan is a good thing. However, BART, we would only touch it if the measure passes, because if the measure doesn't pass, we wouldn't really have a way to pay it back. The reason the state loan exists is if the sales tax measure passes, there's going to be a gap in the revenues coming in. So this would help us maintain our service while revenue from sales tax measure comes in. This provides funding for other transit agencies. I think Ryan was here earlier talking about the AC Transit deficit as well. So this is basically a regional effort to allow all of our transit agencies to survive, and it spans Alameda, Contra Costa, San Mateo, Santa Clara, and San Francisco County, with 4 of the counties paying a 0.5% sales tax and a 1% sales tax in San Francisco. Next slide. Now, like I was saying, there's great uncertainty as we plan for multiple futures. At the core of everything, we are going to continue our efforts to provide high quality service and increase ridership using the emergency funds that we have. Our December ridership was 13.5% higher than a year ago, and ridership continues to trend up. Every 5% increase in ridership translates to about $13 million in new fare revenue. That, however, doesn't close our structural deficit unless ridership doubles by 2027, which we do not see happening. So moving forward, we're looking at two scenarios. One is if the measure passes, then things kind of move along. We still have a small deficit to overcome. However, if the measure fails, we at BART decided that we needed to be clear about what that plan might look like if the measure fails, and communicate that to our riders and to the general public and to folks who live in the region, because it doesn't affect just riders, it affects the whole region. Next slide. So the budget work needed to be done by July of this year, and the board gave direction to staff on how to plan for the future. So what we've initially approved is an alternative service plan that outlines the very specific cuts and financial strategies that would be needed to close the $376 million deficit. And this plan was not easy to develop. I myself moved here as an immigrant over 25 years ago. I depended on BART and AC Transit to get around. And making these kind of decisions is not why I ran for the BART board, but we felt that very strongly that it was our responsibility to communicate what happens if the measure fails. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what the cuts look like. Next slide. So the plan includes a combination of cuts. Each of them are needed, again, because rail has high fixed costs. Every time we cut service, we lose riders. So the plan right now does sort of this balancing act between maintaining service where revenue is higher than cost, and also helps us retain as many riders as possible. So when the election results are out in November, if the measure does not pass, the very next day we would meet with our labor partners to implement these steps, the first of which would happen in January 2027. So the plan right now is to close at 9 p.m., 7 days a week. That's because running service after 9 p.m. costs BART more money than fare revenue can bring in. Weekend service still exists, again, because the fare revenue from weekend service actually allows it to run, though it would be for a shorter time, so it would open at 8 a.m. on Saturday instead of 6 a.m. This map shows what service would look like. It's somewhat similar to what we currently run in the late evenings. It's kind of a three-line service where only yellow, blue, and orange lines are running, and many riders have to transfer to complete their trip. This will only be in the peak direction during peak hours, where you see the dotted red and green lines. That's because we want to provide some direct Transbay service during peak weekday hours, but that won't be throughout the day. Next slide. Once these January cuts take effect, we will be closely monitoring the impacts to ridership and revenue and our bottom line. We will also monitor the performance of all district functions to determine if we can safely and legally implement them. And we will be preparing for FY28, and at that point, with no new revenue, we will need to make more cuts. So what we're looking at is really an existential crisis. This level of cuts and station closures have never been done. We're looking at, in the second half, closing up to 15 stations. Just to be clear, we have not decided what those stations will be, but that's kind of the number we're looking at, both stations and segments. And once we've done all this, we're still not confident that we can continue to maintain this kind of service, just because our revenue is still so tied to ridership. And when you make these kind of cuts, it's very likely that you will bleed riders. So it calls into question if it's even safe to run service with so few resources. So if at any point it is determined that BART can't safely or legally operate without available resources, we will need to stop passenger service. So I know it's late, and I'm sorry for this being such bad news, but I think we just need everyone to understand and for you to be able to talk to your constituents about what's at stake if BART is not able to receive funding. And right now, the only solution that we have in front of us is hopefully a ballot measure getting on the November 2026 ballot. And with that, last slide that has our contact information, and I'll stop and see if there are any questions or comments.
Do we have any speakers?
We have one online speaker.
All right.
And that speaker is device CCAN. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident, and thank you so much for that presentation. I think that BART is an extremely, extremely important part of our regional infrastructure. Really hope that the ballot measure passes. You have my vote. The thing that I wanted to name, which feels like it sort of pales in importance compared to the impending potential cuts if this ballot measure isn't passed, is at the beginning when you were talking about improvements that you've made to stations and cars and the lines, just wanted to add an additional piece, which is elevators. I am a wheelchair user and would love to be able to ride BART more often. And it is at this point just not a reliable way for me to get around because the elevators break so frequently. And even though I can check on the status online, you know, for example, once went to the Richmond station, took the elevator down to the gates, couldn't get through to the trains, and then on my way back out, couldn't get back up to the street because the elevator to go back up to the street had broken in that like 10-minute period. So there's a whole population out there of people who require mobility devices in order to get around and who need those to access BART. And so once this ballot measure passes and you all have the funding that you need, I hope that some of that will be able to go towards making sure that BART is accessible to all and being able to be adequately relied upon as a form of transit for disabled riders. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
We do have one in-person speaker, Cordell Henler. Oh, no, Don. Did you sign up too, Don?
I signed up too. It says bar on Q1.
Okay. Okay, you okay? Let's go.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So, thank you, Director Ghost, for that presentation. So, as Sarah Cantor just pointed out, I ride BART periodically, and the elevators are in the worst conditions. So, I'm just concerned, like, you know, from a transit point of view. And I do like the BART police, though. I do like that, but the one thing that I don't think it was mentioned about the proposed hours, I don't like the idea of shutting it down at 9 o'clock because you got people that are like coming back from events when 12 o'clock hits, they have no way to get back home. So I'm thinking like closing at 9 seems a little bit daunting. So that's just my opinion. So I like the presentation, but I'm hoping that this measure passes because we need funding, because you depend on riderships, because I ride BART every now and then, and it'll be great if this budget passes. So I love the presentation, but I still say keep the 12 o'clock time open. So that's it.
Don Gosney.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated this presentation. It was full of great information. Okay. We all have elected representatives sitting on the BART board of directors, but like most of our elected representatives, we have no idea who they are or how to get in touch with them. They never come to meet with their constituents to learn what we might think about how BART is run and what we would like to see. I like to know my elected officials, I really do, but this is the first time I've ever heard your name. How is that? I mean, have we had town hall meetings? Have you reached out to the community to find out what we think about BART? Okay, but just so on behalf of this BART rider, maybe you can pass along a few thoughts to your fellow directors. First, if you haven't already done it, you're pricing yourself out of the market. What you provide for, what you're charging us, is becoming cost prohibitive. Second, this goes for your parking too. When people are ticked off about the cost of your parking, raising the fee is not the way to win us over. And then selling off our parking spots for residential people, again, you're just piling it on. This is threatening to close 11 BART stations, threatening to stop the trains at 9 p.m., threatening to mothball your fleet on weekends. All that does is tick us off too. If your board thinks that this is the way to win us over, you've missed that one badly. And closing the restrooms and turning the elevators into de facto restrooms is not a good business model either. On the other hand, I love the new turnstiles. Really, I hate scofflaws when I'm paying the full bill. But most people don't ride BART. So expecting millions of non-riders to subsidize those that do, it's going to be a tough sell for you.
All right. Councilmember Bana?
I just have a quick question. Thank you for the presentation, useful information, and I'm sorry to hear the bad news, as you said. Great to see you, but anyway, if there is a flyer you can share with us, or a link or something we can share with our constituents. I cannot, pass everything. So if you could email it to the city council, I appreciate that. And I mean a soft flyer, not a hard copy. So we can email.
We have these really great fact sheets, and I'll have Henry is here from our government community relations, and he'll make sure to send them to you. They're very easy to read, both about the improvements and the budget-related challenges. So happy to share that.
Also, if there is a URL for more information, please
Yes,
share.
absolutely.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And I will also be at the Seniors Commission community meeting that they're having on Thursday to meet more people and answer some questions. We'll have senior clipper cards and all of that. So, but yeah, we'd be happy to get you this information.
All right. And let's make sure that Mr. Gosney makes it to that senior presentation so that he can meet all of the transportation people.
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate your presentation. Yeah, it was full of really helpful information. It's really pretty devastating to hear this. I wanted to bring up one comment and kind of leave it with folks is, I think for the last 10 to 20 years, we've been focused on transit-oriented development. And in that transit-oriented development, you actually do not allow for enough parking so that everybody would have their own car, because it's dependent upon having transit systems that people could use. If we lose our transit systems, our whole philosophy around development falls apart, and we've created a whole slew of kind of design problems in our cities. We're already starting to see that with all kinds of parking problems and other things, and I think it's just going to get worse. I have long been a proponent, especially, when we know we have climate change. We know this is facing us, that the use of more cars can't be the solution.
Yeah, if I could just reflect on that. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. I come to transit as a climate activist primarily. and also thinking about it from a global perspective, being an immigrant and having family in South Asia. And also, I think transit is one of the solutions we have in front of us. Without good public transit, we cannot solve our climate crisis. And I'm here talking about BART today, but because BART's the backbone of the transit system, all other systems connect to it. We're really in this together. So if BART fails, our bus systems also struggle. And that, again, serves so many people. And you're right, there is no transit-oriented development without transit. There's also our air quality suffers across the region. There's more congestion on our freeways. So even for folks who may not ride transit and love driving, we don't see their lives becoming better if there's no transit. So it really is a regional effort to allow those who want to ride transit, need to ride transit, to be able to do that. And that helps the entire region. But thank you for your comments. Yeah, I don't know if there was a question in there.
Well, just
Yeah.
one more. I think my question is I wonder, in New York City, they say they highly supplement their system, their subway system. That's
Right,
why it's so
right.
inexpensive. But that's also why so many people use it.
Absolutely. And BART, we just heard a commenter talk about the costs. It's because BART for the first 50 years has been so dependent on rider revenue. It's not been subsidized to the extent other transit agencies are subsidized, so therefore the cost is also high. So this is an opportunity for us, the 14-year sales tax, if it passes, to look at a different kind of fare model that does reduce costs for riders. We are looking at...
Sorry,
yeah.
that is my question,
Yes.
though. I wonder
Yeah.
if the BART board has considered going in the opposite direction of actually dropping the cost of fares.
We would love to do that, but nothing's free, right? The money has to come from somewhere.
Right.
So right now, without the ballot measure, or without any additional funding, we're actually looking at raising costs by 30%, which is horrible.
It's a death note. Like that's
It is,
exactly
absolutely.
what Mr. Gosney said.
I think some of the things we would like to consider, if we're in a healthier position, is looking at passes. We've never done like a monthly pass on BART. We know that with Clipper 2, there's better discounts when you transfer between agencies. So overall, the cost will be reduced for riders. Also, we do have really great like senior passes, youth passes, low-income passes, all of that. Continues to say that's like 50% for youth, 62.5% for seniors. So we're really committed to that, but that also means the general cost tends to sort of be higher than usual. So we really hope we can look at different models where
I
we
really
can bring
appreciate your
costs
time.
down.
I'm really cognizant of time, and I want to move on. But just the last statement is that I appreciate BART so much. I feel like it was the way that I got to know the whole Bay Area as a kid. Yes. Richmond BART was in walking distance of the house, and I used it to see and be a part of the whole Bay Area. And I just am heartbroken, and I feel like we need to do everything we can to save the system. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I have a lot of comments, but I'm going to save them because we have another important item that we need to get around to, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy to reach out individually. We're here. Our contact information is there. You know where to find me. Please don't hesitate if you have questions or your constituents have questions. And please tell your constituents about me and have them send me their complaints and their compliments. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
shall.
Our next item is item Q2, and that is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Chapter 7.42 of the Richmond Municipal Code Sidewalk Vendor Ordinance to update administrative procedures, waiver provisions, and enforcement mechanisms. We have two in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and a City Engineer. And tonight we're going to be presenting our annual update on the Sidewalk Vendor Program and walking through a Sidewalk Vendor Ordinance update that we're proposing. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, we are going to introduce an ordinance amendment to Chapter 7.42 of the Richmond Municipal Code. This will update our administrative procedures, waiver provisions, and enforcement mechanisms, and also give council the opportunity to provide direction to staff before a second reading. In the interest of time, we're going to go through these slides faster than anticipated. So I'm let you read what's on the slide, and we'll move on to the next slide. And now one thing I would like to mention is that I'm going to pass off the presentation here in a second to our senior engineer, Andy Cho, who does run our sidewalk vendor enforcement program and is doing a wonderful job. But we also have available online on Zoom our consultant, Civica, who helped draft the amendment to the ordinance, as well as Four Leaf, who's been providing the actual enforcement of the ordinance. So having said that, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Andy Cho, who's our senior engineer, and like I said, he's in charge of this program.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Andy Cho. I'm senior engineer and overseeing the sidewalk vendor program. And I'll try to go very quickly here, best as I can. So I'll start with the background of this program. 2018, Senate Bill 946 was passed, and it discriminalized sidewalk vendors and limits our enforcement mechanism as administrative fines. And in July 2024, Council adopted the Richmond Municipal Code 7.242, provide a permit mechanism and standard for locations and operation rules and some enforcement mechanism. Also follow that, we launched an enforcement program with assistance with the Four Leaf. And mobile vendor plaza opened in September 24, inviting those vendors to the permitted location where they can do their business safely and legally. And 2025, we provide an annual update to you with the numbers, and we ask for direction. At the time, you were given that we have to look at the ordinance and refine the ordinance to help the vendors and make it better. And in the meantime, October 20, 2025, Senate Bill 635 was passed, which limits any release of the personal items, personal information to the public or any immigration office protecting vendors' information. And here we are with the first reading for the amendment to the sidewalk ordinance as per your direction. Next slide, please. So just to give you updates, we have updated our SOP and we continue coordinate with the other agencies like County Health Department. And as I said, the lot was started and we are expanding the lot, allowing the mobile vendor to operate safely. And enforcement has been matured from the outreaching to more systematic approach, like notice of violation. And here we are with the ordinance review, and we are trying to amend the ordinance to make it more flexible and make sense for everyone, balancing business and the sidewalk vendor. And to update, we have a continued communication with the 23rd merchants, and last two meetings, we have received positive feedback from them, and we have less complaints from the 23rd merchants. Next slide, please. Give you some data and trend for last 2 years. I'll let you read all these numbers, and next slide, please. And I just want to point out, last 3 quarters, we have an increase in encounters and NOVs. Just want to point out these are mainly for the repeaters. So we go out there, and when we see the violator, we issue notice of violations. So we know the locations where they're operating, but because of the limitation of the enforcement mechanism that's limiting to the administrative fines, we have a challenging situation to handle them effectively at this time. But we know the location, it's not like scattered around the city. And so that's the difference that I want to make sure that, bring to your attention. Okay, next slide, please. So for operation consideration, we have a 4-leaf full-time managing the enforcement. We have a daily coverage as a staggered schedule manner. We continue monthly inspection with the county for escalated enforcement. We have a weekly meeting with them to go over, the data that we have collected during the enforcement effort. And there's constraints, as I mentioned before. We have a limited source for the enforcement, which is limited to administrative fines. So we have a hard time identifying the vendors, and finding has been somewhat impractical until now. Next slide, please. So lesson learned, we have achieved, there has been decrease in complaints. Also, there is increase in permits. So that's a good sign. We are going to right direction. But as I mentioned before, we have a challenging situation with the repeated offenders with the limited source of the enforcement mechanism. Next slide, please. So we are proposing ordinance amendment that includes waiver process, ability to pay, where if they have a hardship, we can give a discount. I'll give you more details on this. And another one is enforcement priority, permit procedure, confidentiality, and SB 635 compliance. Next slide, please. So what is a waiver? We want to have a little more flexibility to our location and operation rules, but I want to point out that this will require review and approval by the staff. We want to make sure that any waiver that's given is not jeopardizing health, safety, or welfare problem. So for example, we will review and approve a vendor who has a larger equipment, granted that safety of pedestrian is not jeopardized. That is just one of the examples. And like I say, it will require review and approval from the city staff for all the waivers. Next slide, please. SB 635 compliance will make sure that we don't release any sensitive personal information to public or any immigrant officers like ICE. Ability to pay, if the vendor violate and they cannot afford to pay the fine, we can give some discount to the vendor, or they can do the community service instead. Confidentiality, again, we'll keep the information confidential, and we are not releasing any personal information to the outside. Next slide, please.
Okay, back to me. So we're showing council here some items for policy consideration that involves our level of service for enforcement, fine collection, the scope of our waiver and administration, and then also if you want to discuss the mobile vendor plaza expansion. We touched on it very briefly, but the lot's been very successful. There's actually a waiting list to be able to get on the lot. Next slide. So just a process. So we did get, as I mentioned before, we gave an annual review of the program in general, also discussed our proposed ordinance update. And this slide focuses in on the process of how a ordinance update works. So this particular meeting is what we'd call the first reading. So this is introducing the ordinance. Council can provide direction. After this meeting, there would need to be a second reading. This could be done, I think, by a consent calendar item, or it can be in an open session again if council so chooses. And then once the second reading is passed, then there's a 30-day waiting period for the ordinance to take effect. Next slide. So it's staff's recommendation to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 7.42 of the Richmond Municipal Code, the Sidewalk Vendor Ordinance, to update administrative procedures, waiver provisions, and enforcement mechanisms, and to provide direction to staff. Next slide. That's the end of our presentation, so we're happy to answer any questions or entertain any discussion.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
We have two in-person speakers, Stephanie Sanchez and Claudia Citron. Stephanie? You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Press the button.
There?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I will say good night, but my name is Stephanie Sanchez. You might remember me from last year. I've been coming to these meetings since June of 2025, trying to follow the process and to do everything that's required. I'm here representing my family's business, Super Churros, since June 13, 2025. We've been working on the curb of Andrade Avenue. That is about 10 months and 15 days ago. For the past 27 years, we're about to be 28 years now. We've been working on, my family has been serving the community from the same location. Council member Mr. Zepeda has personally come to see the location where we currently operate, so our situation has not just been heard, but has been seen. And this is not something we say our impact has recognized publicly. We've been featured on local news, including Richmond Standard, Great View Independent, sharing our story. This is not a question or whether we belong here. We already proven that we do. We stay patient, we came to meetings, we did everything that we did the right way, and we're still here waiting. At some point, patience needs to be met with a solution. That's why today we're asking to be prioritized, to be grandfathered in our original location, because we have been already shown consistently commitment for this process. We don't just sell food, we also show up for people. We supported Richmond PD, San Pablo PD, local firefighters, schools like Richmond High, Wilson Elementary, Downer, and Helms. We donated to children's hospitals, charities, and other people in need. But we need the city to meet us halfway and recognize the history and work that we already put in. Because this business is not just a job, it's my family's livelihood, reputation, that we've been serving 27 years in Richmond. It's everything my parents have built and supported us and given us in this community. I'm standing here today not just as a business owner for next generation, but as a daughter asking to be recognized. We're asking for a fair opportunity to return to our original spot, and we're located for 27 years, almost 28 next month, and to be granted to be
Your time has
grandfathered.
expired.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, next speaker is Claudia Citron. She's here.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, do we need a motion?
We have an
to-
online speaker.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that speaker was late, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Please
Go
unmute
ahead.
yourself.
Okay.
So that's Claudia Citroen. I went home. So I really like the vendor program. I did go there, and there's a gazillion generators running. Now you have the bike program where you tout how many gazillion metric tons of exhaust you're avoiding. This vendor program needs solar panels. It needs either electric access or solar panels. As it runs now, especially if you expand it, gasoline is expensive. That's why vendors can't pay their fines. I'm just kind of urging you to use some common sense and create a bit more of infrastructure, which makes it actually really a model. And I'm sure that Chevron is more than happy to actually sponsor a solar station for that particular station next to BART station. So I just think you should include some improvements as you discuss the this ordinance. And also, I find it ridiculous that it's being suggested that the second reading goes into the consent calendar. That's exactly what we are trying to avoid. This is now 11 o'clock, and the public will not necessarily know about this whole thing. And I think the public should have a right to be part of the conversation and part of your conversation. So I yield my time. And I want to mention, I had my hand raised for the BART issue as well, but I was not called. So I'm disappointed. I twice was cut short today with my opinion and my public engagement. I just want to have that on public record. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You were just mentioning, because we're running out of time, so maybe we can make a motion and then discuss it with whatever time we have left, but to accept, so first up, thank you for the presentation, but to accept the first reading and also to see if we could define solicitation with it. And I've been in communications with the city attorney for the wording solicitation, so just finding that in the ordinance. And it sounds like we need more staff, so we should add more staff. And
your motion is getting too long.
Figuring out the exceptions, so not just give exceptions for everything, but I think we need to have a cap. So figuring out what the cap of exception, otherwise we don't need an ordinance, we'll be accepting everybody.
So what is the motion now?
So the motion is to accept, define the word solicitation in the ordinance, figure out a cap for exceptions, and get more staff.
Can I ask a
Can
question?
you respectfully, it would be great, Mayor, if I may, that if we consider the staffing issue in totality of the overall fiscal year budget, please?
Okay.
Can I ask a question? It pertains to the motion. So if we pass the motion tonight, would it be possible to explore issues that we have with the proposed amendment and change the amendment? Or do we have to accept the amendment as is?
You'd have to make amendments to the amendment tonight and pass that language. Otherwise, if you, on second reading, make other changes, you have to go back to first reading. Is that your question?
Yeah, that is my question.
Yeah. So my understanding is that your motion is that we accept the proposed amendments, staff's proposed amendments to chapter, it's late, hold on one moment. Chapter 7.42 with one amendment, and that is in section 7.42.010, we add the definition of solicitation, and I can read that into the record. One moment. Lauren, do you have it?
Would you like me to read it? I have it.
Okay, yeah.
What section is it?
So we're just adding, and under the definition sections of .010, he wants to define solicitation, and that is defined as?
Solicitation means any act, gesture, display, communication, or conduct by a sidewalk vendor intended to attract, request, or encourage the purchase of goods or service. Solicitation includes, but is not limited to, verbal offers, signage, hand signals, or physical positioning designed to draw attention. Solicitation also includes conduct directed toward occupants of vehicles on an adjacent street or roadway, including facing, signaling to, or otherwise targeting vehicular traffic for the purpose of attracting patronage, whether or not transactions ultimately occur. That's the definition there.
So it's to approve the proposed amendments of 7.42 as outlined by staff in addition to the definition of solicitation.
We haven't had a time to really discuss this. I
Yeah.
feel like I haven't had a time to bring forward the things that I've been hearing from my constituents. I feel like we're rushing to this ends, and I feel like this process is flawed. Because I'd like to bring up some issues that I've been hearing from constituents about whatever, and we don't have enough time.
Would the council respectfully like to continue this item to the May 5th meeting? And if you're so inclined, I don't want anyone to feel rushed. Mr. Arredondo and Deputy City Manager White were here for an item that was pulled, I believe. If the council wants to undertake that. LaShonda and Gabino, what was your item? E-bikes? Or do you want to have a discussion about that?
In 6 minutes?
No, I'm saying it was pulled. Do you want to have a discussion, or do you feel comfortable potentially moving it on consent? It was pulled.
I'd like to have a discussion.
Okay. We'll see you next week.
All right, so then we're
right.
just coming back then, because my other amendment was to also figuring out for the exemptions.
We have to come back. We need to discuss this.
I think
that will take too much time.
Yeah, so if, Mayor, if you're so inclined, if you would like to continue this item to May 5th, right, Pam? That's the proper way to continue the discussion? Is that right, Shannon?
Yes. One suggestion, and maybe I'm out of my lane here, but it may be helpful for us and staff to hear some of the questions that you have to be prepared for the 5th. So, you know.
I also can just send
Okay.
an email and kind of get into it, and we could do it offline in between now and the 5th.
Okay.
And hopefully come to a resolution.
Sure.
So we can keep it moving, but yeah, I have some deep concerns about the extending the setbacks from doors and some of the other things that are being proposed.
Okay.
So shall we, yeah, we have 5 minutes. Would 5 minutes be enough to do 04?
No, it's not enough for anything.
Okay, well then, in that case, I guess we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Boy, that last one was slow, sorry.